and welcome to the first annual EO Women's Entrepreneur Summit. My name is Marcia O'Connor, and I am the CEO and founder of the O'Connor Group. I am also the first female president-elect for the Philadelphia chapter of EO. For those who don't know about EO, we are an entrepreneur international organization that has over 14,000 members. We are excited to see you here today, and hopefully one day you might be interested in becoming an EO member as well. Today's event is for you, the budding entrepreneur. Our day is full of amazing entrepreneurs just like you who are here to share their journeys, their expertise, and their passions. So sit back, grab that coffee, and get ready to be inspired, engaged, and motivated. So let me introduce to you my dear friend and fellow entrepreneur, Cass Bailey, who will be here introducing our first speaker of the day. So, how's it going, Cass?
Morning, Marcia. Happy Women's Entrepreneurship Day. I'm so excited to be starting the morning with you and all of our amazing entrepreneurs who are going to be speaking and participating today. Marcia, because we're here to celebrate, what is your favorite thing about being an entrepreneur?
Freedom. Freedom.
Yeah.
How about yourself, Cass? What do you like about it?
I love the idea of making my own path, of setting a vision, working towards it, and having the ability to achieve these things with the help of a tremendous team of people, but setting that vision and working towards it. Yeah, I love that part.
Absolutely. It is a village. I didn't get here by myself. I've had so many people and friends and family members, and my team is just the best team ever to be thankful for and all too. So it's definitely a village, but been doing this now for 13 years. And, and have I had any regrets? I don't know. I haven't. I mean, I've had some really tough days where you go in a corner and you cry. I think you all can relate to me today, people. But I think overall that I have no regrets at all. And I definitely know that entrepreneurism is in my soul and what I believe in life and all. And everybody you meet, entrepreneur, especially at EO, they all feel that way. We're all very common bonded that way. Yeah. So how about yourself? I mean, how long have you been in business too, Cass?
12 years.
Woo!
And it has been a roller coaster, right? There have been days that have been just incredible highs and days where I'm just like, why am I doing this? And what am I doing? But it's all about, I think, resiliency building. And especially right now, as entrepreneurs, people look to us to be resilient, to keep going, to bounce back, to figure out what the next thing looks like. And it's a really big challenge, but I think it's also an exciting one. And I have to say, part of resilience for me is days like today. Days where you can get together with entrepreneurs, learn from other entrepreneurs, reach out to people who are experts on topics, ask them your questions, get the answers. Building this network is just so core to being able to bounce back. And so I'm so thankful to EO for putting on this event, for all of our speakers who agreed to be part of it. And I think it's going to be a really exciting day that will hopefully all put us all in a place where at the end of it, we feel like we can do anything. And that's what I'm really excited about.
And this is our first ever Women's Summit, everybody. Our first ever. And so it's going to go as smooth as silk. If we have any glitches, just bear with us. But that is the theme of the 2020 year. So just hang in there with us today and all too. But we're so glad to have you here with us and to get things moving and all too. But this is about you. This is about the entrepreneur. How can we help you? And it takes a village, but the female power out there is very strong and all too. So feel free to reach out to any one of us after we're done today too. Again, we're here to make everybody here successful.
Yeah. So let's lay out the day for everybody so they have an idea of what it looks like. We are going to start with an amazing story of a female entrepreneur named Cheryl Mosey, and she's going to join us in just a minute. From there, we're going into two tracks. One track is for established entrepreneurs and one track is for emerging entrepreneurs. For each group in the very beginning, we're going to have Ask Me Anything sessions where we have these amazing experts and you can literally get on and ask them anything that you want, any challenge you're having specific to your business, any challenge that you think you might be facing, you can ask their expertise. And just so you know, StreamYard might be a platform that's unfamiliar to some people. So if you want to ask a question, all you have to do is put in your comment. just comment on the bottom of this screen and we will get your questions and we will be able to ask them. We'll be able to ask them to our experts, to our amazing panelists. Then we're going to have 2 feature speakers, one again for established entrepreneurs and one for emerging entrepreneurs. And then we're going to get the whole group back to hear the incredible story of Judy von Selnick, who has gone through so many changes in her business, has been so visionary, working since the 80s as a female entrepreneur. And then finally, we're going to wrap it up with a networking lunch. So hopefully everybody can join us throughout the whole day. If during the day you've got somebody you want to tag in to say, hey, this was amazing, you also know that you're going to get the recordings of all of these videos so that you can share them with other people in your network. So, Marcia, anything else we need to do housekeeping wise before we jump into our opening keynote?
No, I think that's great, but make sure to ask questions, guys. This is like wonderful, free ways to get advice. And we're here to basically help you. So make sure you put the questions in there and all. Again, it's about you, it's for you. And you know what? It's a village, guys. So have fun today, enjoy, sit back, get your coffee getting going, and just enjoy and learn.
Okay, Marcia, we will see you in the emerging entrepreneur track a little bit later.
Sounds good. Thanks, Cass. Have a great day, guys.
See you, Marcia.
Bye.
So now I'm so excited to introduce Cheryl. She has an incredible story that I think will resonate with a lot of people. She is the inventor and designer of Minky Blue organizational travel and work bags. Amazing, amazing bags. But Cheryl is not a bag designer or a designer at all. She's actually an engineer by trade. And she realized that she had a problem carrying lots of different bags, that it wasn't working for her, that it was overburdening her, that it was, stressful and unmanageable. And so she designed a bag that carries 2 or 3 in one. She's also the former president of Family Care Solutions, which is a nonprofit organization she founded to promote higher education among low-income women with children. So talk about a person who pays it forward, who's really focused on our community of working women and women entrepreneurs. And I could not think of a better person to start Women's Entrepreneurship Day 2020. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for joining us.
Thank you, guys. This is so awesome. I'm super, super excited. Thank you, EO, for helping to put this on, and Cass and Marcia for inviting me in the planning committee. I'm really, really excited. Thank you so much.
Okay, Cheryl, have a good session.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So I am, again, really, really excited about being here. I'm going to jump right in because you have a full day today, and I want to just share with you my story. Cass gave you an overview, so I'm not going to do too much of that, but basically I was the bag lady, and I think maybe a few of you can attest to that, carrying 2 or 3 bags, struggling, taking the train into the city. And I just wanted one bag where I could put my shoes in the bottom or my lunch bag and carry my laptop. And when I couldn't find anything, I decided I was going to go ahead and make this bag. So let's see how we get here. Now, Leo. Okay, I'm trying to let me get my screen up, you guys, and then we'll jump right in. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So I started off, I didn't have any money, no experience, no network. I didn't know anybody that could help me. So how do we make the decision to move forward without knowing anything about what it is you're getting ready to jump into? And why would I do this? Why do we do that? There was a lot of doubt at first, of course, because I didn't know anything about manufacturing. I didn't know anything about design or merchandising. So there was a lot of doubt, and I took a long time to come to the decision, can I really do this? Can I make this bag? So the first thing that I decided to do, and when you come up with an idea or a business, the first thing you have to do is believe, right? You got to believe in yourself. You got to believe that you are capable of doing this. Because if you don't believe it, who else is going to believe that you can make this product or build this business? And when I said that I believe in my abilities to create something amazing, I had faith. Faith is the thing that you can't see it, a tangible thing. You can't smell it, you can't touch it, but you envision it. You see it in your head and you decide to move forward anyway. So first, you believe in yourself, you believe in that idea, and that is faith. Now, later on, I learned that everything that I did was sprinkled with a little obsession, and I'll explain that to you in a little bit. So after I, said, I really believe that I can do this. I really believe in my abilities to create this product, even though I knew nothing about, manufacturing or anything. I finally told myself, yes, I can do it. Yes, I can do this. So I said, okay, what can I do? If I don't have the money, if I don't have the experience, let me focus on the thing that I can do right now and at this moment. So I couldn't afford to hire anybody. So what I decided to do, what you see on your screen, is that I went to Target because I couldn't sew, I couldn't draw. I went to Target, I bought this bag of the same shape and the same size that I had envisioned in my head. And I just started cutting it up. And I had the idea for this lunch bag to go in my bag. And so I had some fabric. Again, I didn't know how to sew. So there's cardboard there. I cut up a box. I had glue, staplers. So what I decided to focus on, instead of focusing on the things that I knew I didn't have, like the money or the experience, I asked myself, what can you do today? Today, I can start researching. Today, I can buy a bag from Target or the thrift store or somewhere that doesn't cost a lot, and I can bring that vision to life. And that's how I got started. I focused on what could I do right now. So, I started thinking about what I wanted to share with you today. And we all know about failures and disappointments and challenges and fears and overcoming those fears. What I want to do is share with you some lessons learned along my journey to help encourage you, inspire you, and motivate you. Now, you see this on the screen. I have 8 different points that I want to make to you today. Give yourself permission to eat a pint of Talenti butter almond gelato. What does it? This is my story, but I'm sharing with you, and that doesn't mean that you have to eat the gelato. But what I'm saying is give yourself permission to walk away, enjoy life. And this is what happened. I share this statement. This is what happened. I was in the middle of a crowdfunding campaign when I first started. I wanted to raise some money, so I put the bag out on Kickstarter, and I was 9 days away from raising my my goal, and I just didn't. It just didn't seem like I was going to get there, and so I was really distraught. So I got a phone call from a person that was just trying to sell me something. And I was so upset. I was so sad because I just didn't think I was going to get to my goal. And I told that person, I said, I just spilled everything out. And I said, please, I'll listen to your sales pitch, but let me just go get my ice cream so I can tell you what I'm going through too. So that's what I meant. I just gave myself permission to break down. That person just got what I was going through on the other end of the phone. And I just had to release myself because this is not a smooth ride here. My second point is don't chase perfection. we always look for how, we're working on a project and we want it to be perfect. Don't chase perfection. Done is better than perfect. Get it to a place where you want it to be presentable, but you're always going to be thinking of how you can improve it. So perfection for the most time are the people who never get things out the door. So don't chase for it. Don't search for perfection. Done is better than perfect. Get it to a place where you can present it, because your customer is going to tell you, I think I like this. I think I like that. And maybe 6 months down the road, you're going to continue to think of how you can improve your ideas. Be your customer. Be your customer. Your customer, when think of yourself, when you go shopping and you purchase something, and your friend will say, "Oh, I love that. I love that dress you have on. Where did you get it from?" You may not remember where you got it from, but you'll remember the experience. So be your customer. People remember how you made them feel as opposed to their purchase. I'll give you a very quick example. I had a call not too long ago from a person who was in Japan, and they wanted to buy a bag for their wife. And I took them along the experience. So people, they appreciate what you tell them, how you work around the problems that they have. So treat your customer like you would want to be treated. My other point that I want to make to you today is that this is a rocky road, and don't compare yourself to others people's successes. Sometimes when we look at people and we say, "Oh, I've been working on this for a long time," and you see them doing well, and then you wallow in where you're not at the same stage as they are. So don't compare. Give yourself the freedom. Everybody's journey is very different. So give yourself the freedom and the permission to take your own journey. Every journey is different. The other thing I want to say is, don't get in the way of your own success. Okay. Sometimes we make the decisions, or we don't make the right decisions, or we may say no, we may say yes without really thinking it through. Maybe get someone else to help you think through the process, because sometimes we don't give in, and that affects our own success. So we need to get out of our way of creating greatness and success. So that's the fifth point I wanted to make. The sixth point is to create your superhero team. I know we all think that we are the greatest and we could do everything, but we do need a team. You cannot go on this journey alone. Your team can be a really good friend when you're going through. They know what to say. They will listen. Your team could be someone you work with. So create your superhero team, because you're going to need people for the success of your business. Okay. The seventh point I want to make is, you have to know that success isn't a straight line. It's definitely not a straight line. So you're going to you have to expect that there are going to be curves and twists, failures and challenges, and some successes, but it's not a straight line. So be prepared to know that you're going to go through a lot on this journey. The last point I want to make is to make sure you dance in the mirror to your favorite song, and do it often. Give yourself permission to enjoy this journey, enjoy life, and know that it's not going to be easy, but take time out to enjoy your life. And then think about all of your accomplishments. Laugh a lot. Think about, what you've accomplished, what you've done over the period of your journey. We need to celebrate ourselves. A lot of times we don't celebrate ourselves. Today is Women's Entrepreneurship Day. Celebrate yourself and all of the things that you've accomplished and dance in the mirror to your favorite song often. So here are some of my successes. I've been on the Today Show, the Katie Couric Show, and my bags have been featured on QVC. Woo! I've been on this road for a long time, and I am really, really excited, and I'm happy for my accomplishments. So I want to thank you guys again so much for allowing me to be a part of today. I want you to go out there and celebrate yourself, keep inventing, keep building businesses. And if you have an idea, you can contact me at Startup with Cheryl. So thank you guys and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for getting us started and sharing those tips, especially the one about the gelati. My personal preference, I really love a peach gelati. It's like the thing that keeps me going, or gelato. That's the thing that keeps me going. But I appreciate that perspective and giving ourselves permission. We're going to take a couple questions from our audience, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
And I think they're starting to come in. Everybody at home or wherever you're working today, remember that if you just put a comment in below the screen where you're watching this live stream, that's where I will be able to see your questions. And we're going to take as many of them as we can for the next 20 minutes or so. So, but I wanted to start with a question, if I can, which is, tell me about the moment where you said, I'm going to quit my full-time job and just do this. What was that moment like for you? How did you make that decision? Yeah, what was it like?
Well, I didn't really quit. I was laid off.
Okay. So you got the push. You got the good push.
I got a great push. And so I was in engineering, and I went from engineering and I started the nonprofit organization to support low-income moms and low-income moms in college. And so when the economy crashed in 2008, unfortunately, I lost a lot of the funding and I had to close my doors. But it was during that time when I was working with their moms that I saw them carrying their diaper bag and their book bag. I said, wait a minute, I'm doing the same thing. So that's where I kind of got the idea to get started with that.
Yeah. Can you, and we have these questions coming in now from the audience. Kristen Boone wants to know, what was the hardest obstacle you've had to overcome in your journey?
Ooh, at the very, very beginning of the journey, when I finally found a manufacturer, I started off, I wanted to manufacture my bags in the US. Mm-hmm. It was very, very expensive. The cost was between, just for labor, $98 to $108 just for labor.
That's
so that
a lot.
that forced me to go overseas. My first shipment came in, 30% was defective. So I really could have stopped this whole thing at the beginning. That was my biggest challenge, my biggest obstacle. And I consider that, that was a big one. So that's what happened in the beginning.
So we do have a couple questions about how did you find the manufacturer? I think we have a couple of product entrepreneurs sitting at home who say, how do you even find those people? How do you vet them? How do you make that decision?
Yeah, it was really, really crazy. So I decided to go overseas. And during this time, I was blogging. So I was blogging about my whole journey, about starting the business, not being able to manufacture in the US and go overseas. And someone from the blog said, hey, I can help you. I'm in Hong Kong and I can help you find a manufacturer. And I was like, well, who are you? It turned out to be this guy from Florida who moved to Hong Kong to help small businesses start a business overseas.
Wow.
What? Talk about that. That's amazing.
Yeah. And are you still working with that person?
You know what? He actually moved back to Florida. We're still, his name is Harry. We're still in contact. We developed a friendship and we're still in contact with each other. But I
Yeah.
have moved from the manufacturer that I originally was working with.
You did. What was that like?
The person I was working with, it was a small family-owned manufacturer. They were out of Hong Kong with their factory was in China. It was actually great. The communication with this particular manufacturer was great. She was on point. I know you hear a lot of horror stories about working with manufacturers overseas,
Yeah.
and I have been through that. But my first experience was really a good experience and a good relationship with the owners.
Yeah. A follow-up question on that, because we do have some entrepreneurs watching who I think want to manufacture products. And what are some surprises in the manufacturing experience or in the manufacturing process that you faced so that maybe they don't have to face those same surprises?
Yeah, so one of the things that I mean, I learned so much during this journey, but in the beginning part is having a tech pack with the measurements, the size. I had confused the 24 inches with 42 inches. And so instead of getting something that was 24 inches, I had this extra long strap on the back. So making sure, at the very beginning, that's to have a tech pack of your design because of the communication gap. And if anybody's interested, check out Startup with Cheryl. And I'm helping entrepreneurs with their product ideas starting in January.
Nice. How do you get a tech pack? Is that something you did yourself or did you get somebody to help you?
I did. First, I did it myself. So I took that vision, that bag, I measured it out from Target. Then I start putting pockets everywhere and I kind of measure it out. So I did my own little version of a tech pack with the drawings and materials that I wanted. And I was like, oh my God, this doesn't look like anything. So I finally found someone to help me with the tech pack.
Gotcha. Somebody has a question. Did you fund it all yourself, seek out a business loan, or use investors? What worked and didn't work for you in terms of funding?
I didn't get, in the beginning, I did not have investors. I asked my husband, I said, can we put in a little money so I can start this business? And then I did crowdfunding, so family and friends and crowdfunding at the beginning of the business.
And what did it take? How much did you have to raise through crowdfunding to get the business up and running?
Well, the first time it wasn't a lot. I mean, my goal was 15,000. I did about 19,000 and I worked hard for that money. Oh my God, that was 30 days of just grinding. I actually traveled to Baltimore to get my dad. I said, Dad, invite your football buddies over. I'm going to come down and we're going to sit in front of the computer and we're all going to support this business with crowdfunding. It took a lot. I didn't realize how much money you really need in a product-based business because I just didn't have it. But I just kind of went every step of the way trying to figure things out.
I think one of the misconceptions that people have is that crowdfunding is easy, that you put your product on the internet and people want to give you money. Tell us, you said you had to hustle. What did that hustle look like?
You really have to hustle. And I think the key to success today is, and I learned this after the fact, is that you want to line up all of your friends, your network in the beginning, make out a plan. So if you're trying to raise $10,000, make out a plan of how many people can give $50, how many people can give $100, how many people can give $25 until you can get to that $10,000 goal. Make that list out, ask those people if they can share it, make it out. So when you start off day one, within a week, you are more than 50% of raising your goal. I believe that's the key to success. Make your list out first.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what I've heard and experienced and helped others with is that you have to have 30% of that within the first 48 hours of whatever
Yeah.
your goal is. So you kind of like work backwards, figure out how much can you raise, multiply that by 3, make that your goal, show that you're trending towards it. But yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And I did not know that. The same thing with the website, you
Mhm.
build a website and say, okay, I did it. I have the bags, my website. And you're looking at the computer is like, nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. You're looking at the computer. Nobody's contributing to my campaign. That's because you have to do the work to get people to come to your website to purchase, to give you money through your campaign. It's not just putting it out there and expecting people to come.
Yeah, you can't. It's like the field of dreams fallacy, right? Like just because you do it doesn't mean they're going to come. You have
Right.
to hold them kicking and screaming. You can't depend on the kindness of strangers. Yeah.
Right. You got to do some work up front.
Yeah. So we have some more questions coming in from the audience, asking specifically, oh, do you plan to expand your line?
Well, you know what? I see a question here about the pandemic. And so let me get into that. So, it took me because I had no experience about anything, it took me a long time to grow the business. And so going through manufacturers, dealing with defective product. Last year, 2019, was a wonderful year. It was a fabulous year. I was like, oh my God, I finally got this. I know what to do. I'm on track.
Yes.
And 2020 came. I was like, okay, I got it. I'm going to expand my line. I'm going to get this bag. I'm going to design this. And then the pandemic. Oh gosh, finally got it. So as I was sharing with Cass earlier, if you're in a business, depending on what business you're in, hair care, jewelry, makeup, you're doing really well during the pandemic. If you're in the travel business, and I promote my bags as travel and work, so we're not traveling as much, we're not going out to go to work, we're not commuting as much. So I'm in the middle of, figuring things out. People, of course, are still buying the bags for those of us that are out. But there is definitely a shift that happened during this pandemic that I'm still trying to figure out to move forward.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure we will all get back to the day where we get to travel again and where we get to go to work again. But you're right, we're in this in between where it's not happening as much, and we get to see everybody's home instead right now. And we ask our hairdressers for Zoom hair. Like that's the thing. Talk to us, if you can, a little bit about how you got the QVC deal.
Yeah, it's persistent. I've been working towards that for a long time. There's a huge process that you have to go through with testing for them to review the bag. And so I've been working on that for like 3 years. And then finally, actually last year, in March of 2019, I went to present and pitch again. And then it took another year to go through the process to get the bags actually on QVC. I was supposed to be on there, but again, COVID. I was actually supposed to go on and pitch. So hopefully in the near future, I'll actually get on the show.
And was that something that you worked with a consultant on or a broker, or did you reach out to QVC directly? How did that happen?
I reached out to QVC directly. Oftentimes they have on their website, they're always looking for new product ideas. So you can go on their website and make a submission.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that you had any advantage being a local Philadelphia company in creating that relationship with QVC, or was that not a factor?
I don't think that was a factor. Like I said, they're always looking for really innovative products to go on the show.
Yeah. I'm curious a little bit about the Today Show placement, the Today Show opportunity. How did that come to be?
I work hard. I do my research, and I was saying, I think that, this was another around the time of doing crowdfunding. I went from Kickstarter to Indiegogo. So I've been always doing crowdfunding. And I was like, I got to get the bag on a national platform. And I started doing research. And I learned about a partnership between QVC and the Today Show for the next big thing. And again, I made a submission. I made the submission. So sometimes we look at things that we want to be a part of, and we'll again say, I don't think I'm ready. I can't do that. But just go ahead and go for it. You never know what's going to happen.
So did you send the bag to the Today Show? Did you go? Like, what was the process like?
I submitted the application, and then I submitted the bag for them to review. Nice.
And how about the Katie Couric Show? How did that come to be?
Doing research. I'm always in front of this computer. Doing the research, making a submission. So it's not always going through, an agency or a consultant. Sometimes you can do the hustle and get in front of the right people yourself, network with people know people. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I love so much about your story, is that it is a bootstrapping story, right?
Yeah.
So much of it you did yourself.
Yeah.
Were there critical mentors throughout the process who really helped you, and how did you find those mentors?
Yeah. So I knew right off the bat that I couldn't do this on my own. That's why I say create your superhero team. Mm-hmm. And so I sought out SCORE. I started with small business development centers at Temple and Wharton, the Philadelphia Fashion Incubator, networking with inventors groups. So you have to create your team, your network of people who understand this whole thing about entrepreneurship and engage with people.
Yeah. And get their feedback and their experiences. And, experience sharing is a huge part of what we get from the network. What did you do? What worked? What didn't work? What was that experience like?
Yeah.
What do you think is next for the business? And on a longer time horizon, what is your vision for it?
I see the question, do I plan to expand? I had always wanted to expand into luggage a little bit, from the bags to luggage. So that would have been long term. Before the pandemic, I was on my way to being into retail stores at the airport, a national company, partners. I was, all of that was happening. I had some other things that was going on. So I want to pursue those opportunities. And so that's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay. So what's next in luggage, do you think? What are we going to need in our luggage?
It's going to be always about organization and doing something totally different that you haven't seen before. And if you guys haven't seen the Minky Blue bags, I don't know how much time we have. I mean,
we have a couple of minutes if you want to show.
Let me show you. This is my backpack here. This is one of my backpacks. So Minky Blue is all about organizing and separating. So really quickly, at the back of the bag, this opens in the back. So there's a lunch bag that goes in here.
Oh, nice.
And when you don't have your lunch bag, you can put your shoes in here, a change of clothes.
Because I always put my shoes like in the center of my bag, and I feel like it's so dirty.
Yeah. And then on the top part of the bag, there's a panel in here. So it's like a shelf. So it opens up. So your purse essentials go on the top. And your shoes or your lunch box go down here. And when you're not using the bottom, you unzip this panel, you can open it up, and you can use the whole extension of the bag. So that's the Minky Blue. So it has this folding panel where you can convert the bag from 2 compartments. Your purse essentials go on the top here, shoes or your lunch go on the bottom. And then when you're not using the bottom, you can use the whole extension of the bag. And then this is a laptop pocket here.
Laptop. Can't live without.
Right it over the handle of a suitcase. So there you go.
That's so great. Somebody in our audience wants to know, how did you come up with the Minky Blue name?
Oh, that's a good one. So when I was working with the moms, I wanted the domain name Pinky Blue because I was started off making diaper bags. So it made sense, Pinky Blue. But the domain was taken. And I really like the sound of Pinky Blue. And I said, I literally went through the alphabets. And then I said, okay, Linky Blue? No. Kinky Blue? Oh, no. That's a different story. Minky Blue. And that's basically how I came up with Minky Blue, going through the alphabets and eliminating the letter that just, it didn't make sense.
Right. Oh, that is such a funny story. And a lot of times, like, our companies end up with names that have these like bizarre stories, but then they just work in a beautiful way.
Mine was the alphabet.
Yeah, that the universe intended. Somebody asked where they get your bag, and it's minkyblue.com. Now that we know the story of how you got your domain name.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm curious, like, what if you were to give a piece of advice to somebody who wanted to start a product company today, what would that be? I mean, you gave us your points, right? Like, eat the gelato, dance in the mirror, all of that's great. But somebody who's really thinking about starting, needs maybe a push to get going, what piece of advice would you give them?
I would say, start a product-based business that's going to solve a problem. I knew when I started this handbag business that I just didn't want to do a bag because the handbag business is so oversaturated. I needed something that would differentiate myself from everything else on the market. That's what I would say. Look and see what's going on around you. What problem can you solve with your product? Even if it's a food product. I mean, we have allergies and things like that. So you're solving a problem. That would be the best advice, is to, develop something or design something where there's a need for it.
Well, and we have a lot of new problems today that have popped up. Right, as a result of our one.
Yeah, I'm grabbing something that I designed as a result of COVID too.
Yeah, let's see it
very quickly. So we all have to wear our mask.
Yes.
And when we need to take a break, we're letting it hang from our ear.
Right.
We're wearing it across our chin.
That's what I do, the chin thing. Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, we need something to hold our mask when we need to take a break from it. So I designed during COVID the Minky mask holder. So all you do is take your mask, you slide it through the holder like this. You have an adjustable lanyard that you attach to the end of the ear loops, right? And then you get to wear it around your neck. And so when you need to take a break, this is great for people who have to wear a mask all day. If the kids are always losing or dropping their mask, or if you're going out to eat dinner, you don't want to put the mask on any unclean surface or anything. So you have your Minky mask holder. So when I am ready to wear it, all I do is take my mask holder, I slide it and let it rest in the back of my neck, and I put my mask on. And when I want to take a break from wearing it, I just put it back in the mask. So it's always with me, right? So I'm, going to the grocery store. I leave my mask in the car. I got to go back and get my mask. Minky mask holder. And I designed this over COVID, and they're selling on my website.
They are, okay.
Yeah. Solving a problem. That's what you want to do.
Right. And so many of us as entrepreneurs, like, that's what we love to do, is solve problems.
Yes. Yeah.
envision new solutions. And so I love that you're continuing to do that even during this time.
And
Like
having fun. Yeah, having fun too.
yeah. So, Shrill, thank you so much for spending time with us today and kicking us off in such a positive, inspiring, thoughtful, open, transparent way, because this is what our tribe of entrepreneurs needs in order to keep going and be resilient and solve these problems. So,
Yeah.
we really appreciate it.
Thank
And
you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it.
yeah.
And you guys, I'm going to stay on. I want to see everything that's going on. So thank you again, guys.
Yeah, thank you. And so everybody who's been chatting with each other, keep it going. But I'm going to ask you to take a step further. So if you see somebody in the chat that you haven't met before, somebody you don't know, find them on LinkedIn or message them here in the chat and ask them for a Zoom coffee or some sort of phone call, some way to make a connection, to network, to meet somebody new who's all part of our community. Reach out to them, set up that call, do that follow-up as part of the conference. This is what we would have done in person, right? If we would have all been together, we would have met new people and set up follow-up conferences or follow-up conference calls or coffees. So please do that as part of your experience throughout the day. So now we're going to actually move into two different tracks. We have the emerging entrepreneur track and the established entrepreneur track. If you are in the emerging entrepreneur track, and that's where you want to be, you're going to stay on this link. We're going to have an Ask Me Anything panel, and we really want you to ask all of your questions. We have representatives from Blank Rome who could talk about law, Capstone Group who could talk about risk management, insurance, employee benefits, getting yourself set up, and Team for Growth, who's going to answer all of your questions related to putting systems and processes in your business and starting to build an operation that will grow over time. If you are an established entrepreneur, I want you to join me at a different link. There's a different link. You've got it in your email. We're also going to post it here in the chat, but we need you to go with me to that established entrepreneur track. We have an Ask Me Anything panel with Broad Street Financial, who's going to talk about financial planning and looking at how your business supports your life personally. A representative from M&T Bank who's going to talk about finance to scale the business, and strategic exit advisors, obviously, to talk about to start talking about exiting your business and what your exit plan is. So like I mentioned, if you want to stay here for the emerging entrepreneur Ask Me Anything, you can do that. If you want to join me at the new link for the established entrepreneur AMA, you can do that as well. We are going to be back here in 13 minutes at 9:30 at either one of those locations. So use the restroom, check your email, get your coffee, connect with somebody you haven't met yet, and we will see you at 9:30.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope that you have your next round of coffee here. I know I have mine. Wasn't that amazing? Minky Blue, what an amazing story that Cheryl sent off to us today, too. So I hope you took a lot of notes. I know I did. I saw all the chats going on YouTube and all, too. So keep them coming, guys. I think it just pumps us all up. We're entrepreneurs. We like to be around positive people, and where that can do, get it done, make it, fix it. And you're in a group of people that just love being around people like you. So sit back today. We have a great panelist today for emerging entrepreneurs. So we've got some questions and all too, but we're going to introduce some of these people in here real fast and all too. So Leo, why don't you bring some of our guests in, and we'll start this practice off session pretty quickly. And here they are. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good morning. Everybody has their coffee, I hope, today?
We're ready.
Yay, there you go. All right, good job. Okay, so first of all, we're going to have a really fun time here. I know we have a full hour and all too, but we're going to have a lot of questions to ask you guys. And don't forget, for you guys out there, this is a great time for you to shut off basically questions off to me too, so that I can actually ask people, our participants today too. So why don't we go around the room real fast? And Maria, I'll start with you. Just basically introduce yourself and talk about what you do. And I would say spend like a minute on that, and then we'll go to Brianna, and then Lindsay. Okay, so start off.
Okay. All right. So I'm Maria Passaggio, and I'm a professional EOS implementer. EOS stands for the Entrepreneurial Operating System. And so I work with leadership teams to help them get focused in where they're taking their business and how they're going to get there. And then also I give them some tools through the EOS model to help them drive that discipline and accountability throughout the organization, so they all know what they need to do to contribute to that vision and successfully achieve it, execute it.
Maria, I don't think I've ever heard it so fast before. So good job with that.
Did I leave anything out, Marcia?
No, you have your elevator pitch down to a perfect pitch there. So that was awesome. I loved it. Absolutely. Right. Brianna.
Hi, I'm Brianna Scafidi. I'm from Capstone Insurance Group. We are an emerging risk management and benefits brokerage firm. I am the team lead here of our benefits division. So I primarily focus with working with our clients, making sure that we are providing the best guidance possible to put together, the best benefit packages for their employees, while also, making sure my team is staying focused and, driven to work with their clients in the best way possible.
That was great too. Absolutely. Benefits are a really, really hot topic right now. They're always going to be a hot topic, I think. So we're so happy to have you today. And then Lindsay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lindsay Bazzelli. I am a lawyer. I work for a law firm called Blank Rome. I've been there since I graduated from law school about 20 years ago. And I am a partner in their corporate and mergers and acquisitions practice group. Big part of what I do is guiding and advising entrepreneurs through their legal and business needs, trying to give practical advice to people who are starting their businesses and trying to figure out what's next, and at the same time use us when they need to, but obviously trying to keep the spend down, because people at the beginning of their businesses, the last thing they want to be doing is spending a lot of money on legal, but you need us at the end of the day. But anyway, really happy to be here and excited to be a part of this. Thank you.
Well, we're so excited to have all three of you. And for those of you that don't know out there, in regards to EO, we have strategic partners. And three of these individuals are our strategic partners that help us keep things moving, have dynamic programs, do more stuff for our membership and all too. And literally, we couldn't do it without them and all too. So the reason is why they're strategic partners is too, they offer amazing services for that entrepreneur who is growing, who basically needs advice of what they're doing out there. So it does help a lot. And I'm having a little bit of back noise there. I don't know if you hear that too, but just a little bit going on with that, but that's okay. So we're going to start with some questions off here too. So the first one is, hold on, I'm going to pop this off. I don't know if you can still hear it. Can you guys hear that? There's a little bit of back noise there.
I don't hear anything.
You don't hear anything? Okay, we got a little bit going on, but that's okay. So in the last 20 years, The number of business owned by women in the US has increased 114%. What do you see as the top 3 areas entrepreneurs wish they knew when they started their business? Maria, we'll start with you.
Okay. I would say, first of all, don't underestimate the power of your people and how critical it is to build the right team. Because as I tell my clients, if you get a good vision, it's only as good as the people that you have to execute it. So if you don't have a strong team that can take that vision forward, then the vision's really not going to do you any good. It's just more words. So don't underestimate the power of your team and getting the right people on that team. Also, don't rely on gut feeling as to how things are going. Make sure that you think about what are the activities that we need to be measuring on a regular basis. And I would encourage you to think of a weekly basis that's going to make sure that you get to the desired results that you want. So identify what those things are that you need to measure and measure them every single week and hold your team accountable to delivering them. And if you're missing those targets that you've set, then with the team, figure out why are we missing them? Let's get them back on track. And the third thing that I would say is also the sooner you can document your core processes, especially the ones that really drive your business, then the better positioned you are for growth with consistency and less risk of loss of quality.
I couldn't agree with you more. You know, I'm a massive EOS implementer. Basically, my whole system uses it, and I'm a big fan of it and all too, so I appreciate that. Brianna, benefits are a big deal. Unfortunately, they keep getting more expensive to the entrepreneur and all too. So the top 3 that you think are the most important.
Yeah, so just speaking, in an entrepreneur type of mindset, it sounds like it would be a cliche concept, but, starting that business and getting the essentials together, I think is a lot harder than most people think sometimes. And I think it can be very easy for people to lose sight of this when, the excitement and thought of starting that new business venture is at the forefront of everything. And I think that what most people don't realize initially is how truly strong-minded that, you need to be able to make it work yourself through the struggles and growing pains, of that startup, in order to come out on the other side of what everybody's ultimate goal, which is, success. And then, to kind of piggyback off of that is kind of embracing the mistakes and kind of learning from them. I think, you're not going to know everything from the start of building from the ground up, and that's more than okay. With where I started, I knew nothing about benefits coming into Capstone, and I was able to come in as an administrative assistant and kind of learn everything from the ground up. And I've made mistakes along the way, as everybody does, in their business and in their career. And I think it's what you do with those mistakes, and learn from them is, and to be able to move on is how if you're going to make or break yourself within your business or in your career. And, I always say, finish each day and be done with it. You've done what you could, you learn from it and you move on. And then finally, I think, to not underestimate the power of networking and building the strong relationships. So kind of, as Maria said, building your team, but also knowing, who to know. We all are networking and trying to build these relationships. And I do see with a lot of our clients that are startups and how they're able to grow is through a lot of, their relationship building. And for us personally, with how we've been able to grow here, is, starting from management down to everybody else on the team, whether it be me as a team lead, our account managers under us, we've all built very strong relationships with our clients, and they are able to refer us out to their network and their friends and colleagues. And, we're able to kind of get in and continue to build our business that way. So to never underestimate that, power of the networking and building those strong relationships with people.
Thank God for networking, and thank God for people out there. Absolutely. And then Lindsay, how about yourself?
Sure. So great advice from Brianna and Maria. I echo all of that. I think, Marcia, you're going to give me an opportunity to wax poetic on specific legal things in a bit. So I'll start with some things that I think are more business oriented. And the things that I have seen in my career kind of over and over again, I would say the first is underestimating the kind of learning curve of your industry. So a lot of people come in very excited, about some really cool, kind of niche, sexy thing that they want to do, and don't realize that behind the scenes, you have to worry about things like margins and, protection of your employees and your assets and insurance and all of those things that might not be as fun as the products that you're hoping to get in front of people. So just being able, to the extent that you can, if you haven't grown up in the industry, to shadow people, try to work within it, really get that experience before you put yourself out there, because so you don't kind of fall flat on your face. I think another thing I've seen quite often is people who, again, sort of get very excited. As you noted, Marcia, entrepreneurs are high energy. They want to get going. They want to, just take a hold of everything in the world that they're looking at. But then sometimes it ends up overcomplicating their business plan or their product. So I do some work in kind of the fashion and design and beauty space, and you'll see someone who's got and Sherelle, probably could talk about this for ages, but you'll see someone who has an incredible product, but they start talking to people, and it started with a handbag, and now they're saying, what about shoes, and what about belts, and what about jewelry? And before you know it, they're completely distracted from what their core product was that you really should be perfecting and rolling out and making some money off of before you get too broad in your scope there. And then I think the final thing I would say is, although I agree with everything that everyone said about building your team, making sure you have a strong network, is bringing on employees too quickly. So again, feeling like you've got to staff up, you need a technology officer, you need a human resources officer, you need this or that. You might not right away. And then you end up having to put a whole infrastructure around those people, how they're working, when they're working, benefits, all of those sorts of things that can overcomplicate your business before you need to. That would be my thoughts.
They're all excellent points, everybody, and all too. And to be honest with you, a really wise mentor once told me, focus. And focus on something that you're good at. And no matter how enticing it is to start something else, make sure that you're so good at that one thing, because that's what's going to bring in your margins. That's what's going to bring in your revenue. And you become so good at it and you do well. The thing with entrepreneurs is we just love fixing things and opportunities and taking on that risk. And we have to pull ourselves back in sometimes and do that, because it really is, we're in it to basically have freedom and our choice and all too, but we're also in it to, make money. So we have to make sure that there's a fine line between all of that. So really, really good points there for sure. And in regards to employees, I know, for example, I didn't bring my first employee, like a true W-2, on board for 3 years. And, and that's still my first. I still remember giving her that offer, and she's with me to this day. But ironically, it was like, oh my God, I had a pit in my stomach because I was taking her away from her other full-time job. And could I actually pay for that payroll? And was I going to have enough money to take care of her and her family? That is that's just, you got to take a deep breath and say, you can do this. And now hiring people, it's like, yeah, let's put some more people on board because we have the margins and all. It's a way different thinking than when you first start, for sure. So let's go into our second question, everybody. Out of all women-led companies, only 2% generate more than $1 million a year. What would be your advice on how women can move that percentage up while scaling their businesses? And I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to start with Lindsay first.
I think it not to be repetitive, but I think it does go back to kind of the things that we've been talking about, and really just not getting too far ahead of yourself and spending more than you need to, and really, again, focusing, making sure what you're doing is going to actually make money before you start spending money. And then you can figure out how best to scale. You can figure out what your specific needs are, as you noted, Marcia, you might not need a W-2 employee for 3 years. You can use consultants or, people here on one-off projects, or, you'd be surprised what your basic advisor group can probably do for you in this day and age. And so you're just sort of cherry picking people to help you on things on different projects instead of bringing on a full team. But again, just really focusing on making sure what you have and what you're putting out in the market is something that will make you money. And then figuring out from a scale perspective, the basics of what you need to continue to make more money. And I know that sounds like obviously common sense, but again, I think that the element of focus and not getting too far ahead of yourself and trying to tamp down that natural excitement and gusto and all of that is important.
Great point. Absolutely. You have to be real about it and all too, and focus on what you can control versus what you can't control, for sure.
And being honest to yourself. I think you might have already mentioned something to that effect, but being able to say to yourself, wait, this whoa, I gotta stop. This might not be working. Let's go back and try to figure it out a little bit differently, which is a hard thing for everyone to do.
Yeah, I started a side division, and I had big hopes for it and all too. And you know what? It just wasn't taking off the way I wanted it to, and it was really hard for me to stop it. But I had to end it, and it was just almost felt like a disappointment to myself, kind of a deal. But I had to do it because it was bleeding me. And so it's tough. You have to suck it in and all too, and make those really hard conversations and decisions. But you got to do what you basically, something's even in your mind's even telling you to do this too, but you don't want to because you don't like failure. Failure is not an option for an entrepreneur. So you have to just suck it up sometimes. So Brianna, how about your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I think just to kind of piggyback off of that, the focus and the vision is obviously, super important when trying to, scale your business and grow it. And I think, again, going back to, you might not need to bring on a ton of people at once, but still having that great group of people behind you, whether it is, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, to continue to work towards scaling your business and getting it to, that price point that you want it to be at. We work with a lot of startup companies, and the way that they've been able to kind of scale and scale quickly is due to them having, this team behind them that values the same vision and values the same goal at the end of the day. And they ultimately get, what the company is trying to do, and move forward.
Got it. And then obviously Maria.
So some similar messages, but one thing I'd also like to encourage them is to really rely on their leadership team. If they have a strong leadership team, count on the expertise that they bring. Never forget something that many years ago, when I actually worked in the corporate world before I started my own business, a leader and one of the executives said, Maria, he says, I don't need to be the smartest person in the room. I just need to have a good team of smart people and know the right questions to ask them. So I think that as owners, I think we put a lot of responsibility on ourselves that we have to know everything. But you don't necessarily. If you've got a good leadership team that has that other area of expertise, rely on them to give you that expertise. And also, as Lindsay and Brian have both said, there are functions in your leadership team that you don't necessarily need to have somebody as an employee. You can outsource finance work, you can outsource HR work and so forth. But, so hire the employees for the core essence of what you need on the leadership team, and consider softening some of the expenses with the outsourced services and so forth. But the other thing that I'd like to throw in here, though, too, and this is, I think it's important as you're starting, but also as you are getting to more of an established business as well, be willing to take a risk, but a calculated risk. Don't be afraid of it. Trust yourself and trust your leadership team. Because oftentimes that's how you get the good growth. Still, as Lindsay was saying, it's so important to stay true, and you even, Marcia, it's so true to stay it's so important to stay true to your core focus. So if you're a good bag company, stay to the bags and don't get strayed with the jewelry and accessories and so forth, but if that's not really aligned with your core focus. But just one example of where one of my clients recently accepted a calculated risk, but it's how they are. I mean, it's going to really help them grow exponentially in their business. Fortunately, someone that the owner had a strong relationship with was another owner of a business very similar to theirs. And that person is just not wanting to continue. And ironically called up my client and said, I need a different change in my life. I'm thinking of, I don't want to own this anymore. I still want to do, I don't want to own. Would you be interested? So my client, he and his business partner took a look at it, made the assessments, had the discussions, and now they brought that company in. But that company absolutely aligned with the core focus of my client. So they took a calculated risk, and that will help them grow. But again, they're not just a startup right now, so it's not something you probably want to jump into initially. But as you go on through the years, don't be afraid of taking a calculated risk. That's how growth comes.
I couldn't agree with you more, Maria. You know, a funny thing is, I wish all of you were around when I was starting. And, you know, I had to basically just keep asking people and networking till I found my village, kind of a deal. So all of you out there watching us today, this is a great village for you to tap into. And so don't be afraid of asking questions out there. I see a little slow on the question side, so keep them coming in. This is about you. We've got questions to ask as well, too. And we're actually going to move. I have pre-assigned questions, but we're actually going to, you know, interweave them. So Elise Stoner out there, Elise is a dear friend and is always basically attending all of our sessions out there. And one of her questions was, for those of us who are a solopreneur, can you share a tip for each of your specialties? And Brianna, I'm going to start with you first.
Unmute myself here. Yeah, so, you know, being a solo, you know, entrepreneur in that sense, and from my perspective, being in the benefits world, you know, one tip that I could give to you is being able to find a strong and true partner when it comes to benefits and a brokerage firm. You know, we value being able to be a true partner for our clients and being almost an added layer to their company. And, you know, we understand that they're not going to be the experts in this field. And that's what we're here to help with. And for us to be able to kind of take that burden off of our clients of knowing that we can provide them with, you know, the proper tools and resources to be able to put together the benefits that, you know, they're looking for, whether you're starting up or you're 5 years into the business. You know, we have something for everybody. And, you know, it's not a one size fits all type of industry. And, you know, that's what I would recommend, is that you try to do your research and try to find and talk to people in your network of who has benefits already. And, you know, if you're looking to implement them, who they've been working with, and get their feedback if they enjoy their service and they provide, you know, everything that they are looking for, you know, at this point in time of growing their business.
Great advice. Maria.
I would encourage you to still create your vision. You know, you may be a solopreneur, but you need a vision of where you want to be 3 years down the road. Bring that into a 1-year plan, what you need to accomplish this year in order to get towards that goal. And also decide what numbers, what measurables do you need to hit every week to get to your desired results. So just because you're a solopreneur doesn't mean that you still don't need that kind of structure and that kind of a plan to make sure that you're going to move your business forward. And the other thing I would encourage you is, I don't know if you are able to have a virtual assistant or not, or an assistant, but if you have an assistant, or if you don't, find somebody that's like a buddy, or get yourself a business coach to have meetings with on a regular cadence to hold you accountable to hitting your targets. Because when we try to hold ourselves accountable, sometimes we're good, sometimes we kind of let ourselves off the hook a little bit. If we have somebody else holding us accountable, then we're not as likely to slip on that.
Excellent points and all too with that. I find we have a vision traction organizer, which is basically part of the EOS program too. We started it 4 years ago, everybody. And, you know, it tells us our metrics per week. We meet every week on it and all too. And we really tackle basically the most important metrics that we think as our company is growing. And I have to tell you, the past 3 years, it was considerable growth that we saw on the revenue side and all too. And, obviously the net income side. And I have to tell you, I'm a big process person. It really helped me get super, super organized. And because the larger you become, the harder it becomes more organized because you have all these pieces around you. So that earlier in the process, you have that vision, you set basically that tone of your metrics and what's really important for you for growth, the better. So I highly, highly recommend that. And then Lindsay, I'm going to have to ask that same question to you too. And then we're going to go on to the next question, which deals with what you do. So
yeah, so this will segue into that. So I think for a lot of solopreneurs, they sometimes don't think that they need to put a legal entity in place for their business because they think I'm just one person, I'm running the show. What do I need all of that infrastructure for? And I don't want to put everyone to sleep with the tenets of corporate law, but basically you put a limited liability company, a corporation in place to shield yourself from personal liability, which is obviously a very important thing to do, so that you're not out there doing business and just signing Marsha O'Connor on the dotted line. You're signing on behalf of the O'Connor group. So if, God forbid, something happens, someone wants to sue you, they have to sue that entity as opposed to going after you and your personal assets. So even though you're just one person, it's still important, and for the future as well, because you will grow, you will have others, you will have assets and liabilities, and they should all be under your business entity and not your own personal name. There's certainly, there's certainly things that will come up that you might need to or make a business decision to sign for under your personal name, like, a personal guarantee on a bank loan or something of that nature. But in general, you should be working under the guise of your entity to protect yourself from and others in your organization from personal liability.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of all that, on the legal side of the business, what are your recommendations for an entrepreneur when it comes to proper documentation and agreements?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And like I said, I think at the outset, the last thing that people, or one of the last things that people are looking to do early on in the growth of their business is spend a lot of money on legal. But you really shouldn't have to. There are a lot of great attorneys out there who know how to price things in order to help entrepreneurs kind of get together the package of documents that they need initially. I think it's very important when you're looking for a lawyer to make sure that you're working with somebody who has a track record of working with entrepreneurs. Because you hear a lot of, well, my friend's a real estate attorney or my friend's a divorce attorney, but they said they could look at this. Not to take anything away from any of those people. I don't know how to file anything in a court, so don't come to me for anything like that. But you really want to find someone who knows what they're doing, because there's very industry, and the industry being an entrepreneur, a startup, specific things that you need to be looking for to prepare that organization for its next stage. One of those stages being perhaps bringing on third-party investors and bringing on employees and all of those things. And again, there are, believe it or not, lawyers out there that will actually give you, fair and reasonable prices for your stage. Certainly, I don't know how our contact information will be disseminated here, but I welcome any calls and to talk to people about whether we can help, or if I have others in my Rolodex who might be more appropriate for their stage or industry. But don't be penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to legal. It's an important thing. So setting aside, getting to the nuts and bolts here, setting up an entity. The next thing would be protecting your assets, talking to a good small business insurance broker. I think people would be very surprised that insurance at the end of the day can actually be pretty cheap. Especially if your operations are fairly limited at the outset, but that in and of itself, you walk into, and sometimes you can just call your personal insurance broker and say, this is what I'm planning to do. What do I need? And again, a good insurance broker should be able to say, this is it. This is what's going to cover you. Move on with your life for now, and then keep me in the loop as you grow. if your asset is your trade secrets or your intellectual property or some design that you're putting together, make sure that everybody who's touching that or designing or creating that for you has signed something that we would call a proprietary rights agreement, so that they're basically doing all that work for your entity, that they can't go out later and say, no, that was my design, that was my product, I wasn't doing it for them. And those are very simple agreements you can put in place. If your assets are your brand, your trademarks, whatever those are, those should be registered so that when investors come in later, you can show, or other third parties, look, I've got all this locked down and protected. And then with employees, as you bring them on, make sure that there's a lot of legality around employees and payroll and benefits and how you account for things and how you pay people. So again, it's important to make sure that those things, you're getting good legal advice and those things are appropriately documented. And to everybody's point, there are outside organizations and payroll providers who can do some of that infrastructure for you without you having to build a whole team internally. The final thing I'll say is getting a good agreement in place with partners if you do have one. And Marcia, I plan to go into that a little bit further if we get to our bloopers question down the line. But really, any third party that's integral to your company and the growth of your company, you should have some written agreement in place with them.
I can't agree with you more. I can tell you an interesting story that, when you're starting, you're trying to save expenses and all too. And this is a true story. I was supposed to have like background checks for my people. Well, background checks, they're not cheap, and so we finally put that in play until basically one day I get this call of we had placed somebody at a client. And this is after 5 years after placing this person there, and she had worked for me as a consultant priorly. And I'm in a meeting, and someone said, "Hey, did you see the message about I'll keep it, Jane Smith?" And I said, "No, why?" She goes, "Well, she's getting arrested for embezzlement at her current location, which is somebody we had placed 5 years ago." And the fact that my heart was just pounding, like, holy crap, can they come after my company? Because we were the one that put her there 5 years ago. And I realized they didn't, because it was 5 years of time and all too. But you better believe that I put automatically background checks in there. I put drug screening, everything in there, like, immediately. And, one of the reasons why I didn't do it from the beginning was because I was trying to save money. And, so foolish on my end. But you live and learn these things and all too. So make sure that you do pay attention and don't be, pound foolish here. So by all means, great ideas that Lindsay has and all too, but, live for all of us, everybody out there too. We're here to help you. So let's go into benefits. Benefits is always that, oh my God, they're so expensive kind of a deal. And they don't really have to be, but you don't realize that until you start going through the process. So Brianna, benefits are a staple. And when do you start? Why do you start? And what benefits are you working? What's working right now? What's not? I mean, we're all remote. COVID has changed everything and all too. So could you share with us some of the things that you're seeing with your smaller entrepreneurs?
Yeah, absolutely. So, when we have clients and smaller entrepreneurs that come on, these startups, it really is about their comfortability of bringing the benefits on. There are certain limitations with the carriers that you can't, you have to have a certain number of people to be able to even offer benefits to begin with, which most of the time it's down to 2 people. So it's not, the biggest thing in the world to be able to get that. But, we look at it and say, how are you planning to grow in the next, 2, 3, 4, 5 years? We sit down with them and look at their planning. And if they say that, they're going to be growing exponentially over the, next year or two, that, we would consider that probably bringing on benefits would be a good thing and be able to put them in a good position to be able to hire the right people. Benefits, I feel like for a lot of people when they're going to interviews and going to, a new company, that the benefits, it actually is a lot more important to them than I think people sometimes realize. We get calls a lot in our office of new hires coming on, and and they're asking us, hey, this is what I've come from, and this is, now these are the new benefits that are being offered at this company. Can you guide me in the right direction of what plan to pick? So, we do realize that benefits are extremely important, not just from the company's overhead, but also for the employees themselves, and making sure that, what's being offered to them is going to be, we can't obviously please everybody, but it's going to be suitable for the majority of the company. We do see that. I would say personally, I don't think that there's benefits out there that aren't necessarily not working. But what I would say is that, that not all benefits, again, that I alluded to earlier, are a one size fits all for every different, client and, shop. So, we work with a lot of evolving companies, and we see that they may have to put in place, like what they have to put in place at the beginning may not be working for them 3 years down the line when they've grown by 50 people. And at that point, if you're over 50, we can now bring more options to the table. When you're under 50, there's only a certain amount of benefits that we can offer as far as medical goes. You're subject to, the state plans, and they're age rated, and it becomes a hard time to kind of explain to people, hey, this is your premium, at your this age, it's not a blanket, employee only rate when you're above the 50, market space. And when we're 50 plus and 100 plus, we're able to kind of maneuver some plan designs around as well. Like I said, under that 50, you're kind of set in stone with what's being offered from the carriers, and there's really no room and wiggle room for that. So what we try to do is, for our 50 under and 50 plus, we try to make sure that we're putting additional benefits in place to help offset, what this plan might be offering for medical. And, you can offer what's, called flexible spending accounts or health savings accounts for these employees to be able to put money aside, on a pre-tax basis. So they're tax advantage accounts for them at the end of the year, and help pay for those eligible expenses, whether it be medical, dental, vision, things like that. And, with COVID, we've all had to learn to be in a totally virtual world now. Obviously we've been evolving to be virtual, but I think there's still a lot of companies out there that we're still the kind of, mom and pop shops, and they're used to still having things be in person and physically seeing people face to face. And that's how we've operated for a long time. We felt that, that we were very good at being able to be in front of people. So we personally have had to adapt to that as well, of when we were going out and trying to get new clients, and even working with our current clients through open enrollment and their benefits, renewal time, making sure that we had, dotted our I's and crossed our T's, and because everything was going to be electronic and virtual, that a lot of these companies that we deal with may not have been used to that in the past. So, with COVID, the benefits world isn't a stranger to having to be virtual either. So we've seen a big uptake in telemedicine, where you can see your doctor virtually. And, a lot of, if not all carriers right now during the pandemic, have waived the cost sharing for a lot of the telemedicine visits, because they want to be able to drive employee thought to say, hey, you need to still get this treatment done, or you still need to talk to your doctor, about your high blood pressure or get your medicine. So we don't want to delay that. And we don't want you to, have a bigger health risk at the end of the day for not seeing your doctor. So here's telemedicine available to you at no cost. And you can see your physician virtually, as opposed to physically having to be there in person, for your appointment. And then, that also kind of trickles into mental health. It was a big topic before COVID, but it's become even hotter now that COVID is here. And we are constantly talking to our clients about mental health. It is so important, and the behavioral health, it's so important, as a company, to make sure that the well-being of your employees is, being stayed on top of. We have a lot of our clients who are looking to add more robust behavioral health and EAP programs, as employee assistance programs, where they or their, spouse or children could call into this EAP and be able to speak with people privately about anything that's going on, whether it be financially, whether it be personally, whether it be, some people are even just looking for guidance. I know here, there's somebody who used it to get nursing home recommendations for their mother, who they had to bring to that, and they didn't know where to go. So We're really talking to our clients about kind of expanding on just the typical, hey, you have this medical plan and you have in-network therapists. If you're even lucky to find some in-network therapists and counselors that would participate with the insurance, now we can offer this behavioral health program or this EAP program where you can still, take advantage of trying to find a reputable, therapist or counselor to speak with, to further your treatment and further talking to them. And I do believe that it's so important to, equip your employees with the proper knowledge and resources of how they can still seek, the care that they need and utilize the different avenues during this time, not just before, but this time is so crucial to make sure that the lines of communication are open. And, if you do work with a broker or, if you just are kind of facilitating things yourself, just to make sure that, the employees are getting everything that they need as far as information goes, because we're all kind of adapting to this new norm. So, it's crucial to make sure that they're all involved and on the same page as far as what's available to them.
Absolutely. Some great tips, great advice. I can tell you, we're an HR consulting firm too. So I can definitely tell you, you can add benefits, but it's hard to take away the benefits. And I can start with a lot of entrepreneurs that want to give them everything up front. And be careful about that because number one, it's very expensive. And the more people you add on, that number goes up. And so you want to start with a really good package, but one that you can afford. And you have to think of scaling up and growth. So be careful of that trap because it happens a lot out there. And then when you talk about telemedicine, one of the things that we've been recommending is make sure your team knows how to use telemedicine. A lot of times they don't know how to use it, and so they don't use it because of it. And I think it's just a wonderful thing that we have at our fingertips right now through benefits. I'll make sure that. And then lastly, in regards to mental health, you're absolutely right, Brianna, 40% increase in the past 6 months. So definitely as entrepreneurs, you think your team, everything's okay or whatnot. And ironically enough, sometimes it's the younger ones on your team that need that little bit of extra reach out right now and all too and taken care of. So benefits are a big thing, but make sure that you're still taking care of your team out there because you don't see them every day. You're not having that conversation. You think everybody's okay, and sometimes they're not. So make sure that you do reach out to your team more than you think, okay? But great stuff. Thanks, Brianna. Maria, we're going to turn it over to you to talk about the EOS, the Entrepreneur Operating System. Obviously, as you know, my business runs on the system and we love it. But for new entrepreneurs, why is it so important to start thinking of a system? And when would you advise them to just start sooner than later?
Great question, Marcia. And of course, I'm going to be biased, but I just have seen the companies that are running on EOS just grow their business so much greater than what they could, and they even admit it, than if they did not have an operating system, but not just by the numbers, but also more effectively. So they increase the top line as well as the bottom line, and they just get themselves better positioned for growth. So that's what I think an operating system does. It gets the leadership team aligned, the owners and leadership team aligned on where they're headed. It also brings that structure that's so critical. And when I say structure, I don't mean just structure from an organizational perspective, but structure in how are you going to operate the business, and where are you going to really align yourself to target your products and or services, and what are those products and services. It just gets the whole team truly aligned on it and gets you headed down a path that is easy to follow. So it's because, again, I think part of what's going to enable a company to get growth is, as I already mentioned earlier, having a right team, but also even before having the right team, getting the leadership team aligned on where you're headed and how you're going to get there. But then in regards to getting the right team, don't be afraid to say, you know what, we've got a really strong performer, but they are undermining the culture in our business. They just really are not a right person. And oftentimes you just need to rip the Band-Aid off, as I tell my clients, and make that tough decision, because they may be bringing you in some business, but they're going to hinder you being able to move forward the way that you want to, because they're going to create that undertow. Yeah, absolutely. And I love to share a story about Sue Schick. At the time that I heard her, she was the CEO of United Healthcare in the area. And she gave an example of this sales rep that was blowing his numbers out every single quarter, highest performer and everything, but he just had an attitude, felt he didn't have to pay attention to policies and everything else. He was just a problem. And they kept accepting it because they didn't want to take the risk of missing the numbers. But she said finally they started seeing that attitude, filter out throughout the organization. And she said she woke up one morning and realized what you permit, you promote. And she realized then and there, what you permit, you promote. She needed to make a change. She let that person go. Employees in the company came up to her and said, what took you so long? Morale went back up. And you know what? They found another high performer that was right for the culture of their business. So sometimes we feel almost held hostage by high performers, but we should not. So an operating system helps, it kind of forces that discussion because if you have the right operating system, it's going to make sure that you are measuring performance on a weekly basis and just activities and so forth. So it will help you also see not just if you're hitting your targets in general, but also help you see and give you an opportunity to discuss where you might have a people issue. The one thing I'd like to share too that I didn't mention earlier, and Marcia, you probably have seen this, when you've got issues in the business, the majority of the time, I'd say easily 80% of those come back to a people issue. So having that right team is so important, and making those tough decisions if you don't have the right team is just as important. And an operating system gets you into that kind of a structure to where you're going to see and recognize when that is happening and just give you an opportunity as a leadership team to make a decision about how are you going to correct that situation. But operating systems also get back to a point that I brought up in the very beginning of the 3 areas. An operating system is going to get you into documenting those core processes to enable you to scale the business and take it forward, because then the people that are in those particular roles know what they're supposed to be doing instead of second guessing and everybody doing it differently. So you can drive with better consistency, and that's going to help your profitability as well. And it's also going to make it a little bit easier to manage. The other thing that I just like to say as far as the importance of an operating system, something that I share with my clients in the first meeting, and if you go back 4 years, I'm sure you can remember when Hank shared this with you, Marcia, but we talk about the complexity syndrome and the complexity model. And it talks about how so many companies start with just a couple of people, but then as the business grows, it gets more and more complex. And what we show is that if you even just double it to 4 individuals, so you've increased the number of people in your company by 100%, but you just increase the complexity of that business by 500%. So an operating system just helps you really get structure, get alignment, and drive accountability. And so it's really important. And I would say as far as when to start it as soon as you really feel that you've got a core group of a team that that team is aligned on where you're taking the company, and you've got some kind of an idea of where you want to go. And you also have identified what products and or services you are selling. Because an operating system is not intended to help you figure that part out. An operating system is to help you figure out how to take those products and services forward in the market and grow your business.
Maria, excellent points in so many ways and all too. And it is about people. I mean, this is why we do it. If you're going to scale, you're going to need people, and you have to make sure that the right people in the right seats. And it takes a little bit of time. I've had a lot of people over the 13-year span that I've been in business, and a lot of them now are alumni, but they're wonderful people, and I stay in touch with them. But maybe it wasn't the right fit with us right now, and no harm, no foul. But don't keep somebody on board if you know it's not the right person. And if you know they're not happy and they're only here for a job, it's really hurting you more than you can ever imagine. And as Maria said, pull the Band-Aid. Yes, it's hard, but they're probably thinking the same thing. And you know what? I actually had someone tell me that one time. And he goes, well, whew. And I said, wait a minute. And I said, I was like nervous to tell him myself. And he goes, well, I was just waiting for you to tell me. I'm like, well, why didn't you come to me sooner? And he's like, well, I figured, I was waiting for you. And I sat there like, oh, dear Lord. So more than likely, a lot of times they know they're not a right fit either. And you need to basically pull that Band-Aid apart. So, and your team knows it. Like she said, your team automatically knows it. And they will ask you, why'd you wait so long? So these are great tips. Okay, it's 10:19, people. Can you imagine? Today is flying by already. So one of the things I love learning is about bloopers. And bloopers tell us basically like, oh God, this is what happened. This shouldn't have happened and hopefully it doesn't happen again. So I'm going to have you all basically give us one example of a blooper that you had to deal with an entrepreneur, and basically what happened and how did it turn out. So Lindsay, I'm going to start with you because this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I wish they were like actually haha funny, but they're not necessarily. I would say the biggest one that I see over and over and over again is people who don't properly document the arrangement with their partners. So you get two people who come to me, they're great friends, they're great, they've been great colleagues. We want to start a business. Great. Let's get an agreement between the two of you. Let's figure out who runs what happens if you don't get along, what happens if you can't make a decision. Let's figure all that stuff out. No, we're good. We're good. We love each other. This is totally going to work. There's going to be no problems. Please, please, please put an agreement in place. No, well, let us think about it. We'll come back to you. We don't want to spend the money right now. Fast forward like 6 months, a year. I get a call. We hate each other. We can't get along. The business is failing because of it. The business is, paralyzed because of it. And you never want to be in the position of saying, I told you so, but you could definitely say, I told you so. And we see it all the time. I just tell people, think about it. And it's even a lot of people feel pressure if one of the people is giving money in, so they feel like they have more leverage. The people who are just doing, the work don't have as much value to add, but that's just as much leverage. And you should get an agreement in place. Think of it as a prenup for your business. And honestly, it's probably more important in many circumstances than a prenup for a marriage. Hopefully it'll go in a file and you'll never have to look at it. But you should have something in place because, again, if you and your partners get into, run into an issue where you can't agree, it can essentially cripple your business because it can't move forward. And it's just such an easy thing to do on the front end when everyone does love each other and everyone does agree on everything. So that's probably the biggest thing I see over and over again. That becomes, again, not as fun as it sounds, but a blooper.
I agree with you. It's funny, when I first joined EO and people would always ask me, do you have any partners? And I said, no. And, the funny thing they would say, good, don't. And they said, I've been there. It gets messy. I don't talk to my best friend anymore. It gets really, really messy. And I couldn't agree with you more. You have to be very clear. It can be very painful because you don't want to hurt each other, but it's so well worth it. And make sure it's very, very clear and written down and documented and all too. So thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah, and if you have a good legal advisor who can work with, it's almost like you're a mediator of some sort and you're getting everyone in the room, and that person can sort of be the bad cop. Like, this is what we have to think about. Here are your options. I'm going to force you guys to do this. So it's not Marcia bringing it up or Maria bringing it up and bringing it to a head. It's the bad lawyer. So if you find the right person, they can play that role and make it move a little bit, more seamlessly.
And that's why we have Blank Room on today with us. So absolutely. So we're very excited. Brianna, benefits. I can only imagine there's been a few bloopers there. Oh, can't hear you. Whoops.
There we go. Yeah, definitely. And Marcia, to your point, that some people and entrepreneurs starting off, they just want to jump headfirst into offering everything and anything that they can. However, we do see that sometimes does backfire. If you are starting off small and it's kind of just you running the show, you need to kind of make sure that you understand the benefits that are being put in place, because 9 times out of 10, the employees are going to come to you. And then you're going to come to us or to your benefits broker. But, if you can't at least facilitate and, have them feel confident that what's going on, being able to offer those benefits, it can put a bad taste in employees' mouths a lot, if you don't know what you're specifically talking about. And you don't need to be the expert, but, you at least need to know the baselines of what you're putting in and, making sure that if there are other people that are supposed to be involved, that you bring them in as well. Like we do see sometimes the lines of communication get crossed, and it causes for a lot of disruption and a lot of confusion if you don't bring all parties together at once. When we're going through renewal time or open enrollment time, we want to make sure that we have from the C-suite execs down to HR in the meetings with us, because we deal with HR directly, and then we know the C-suites deal with the financial aspects more. So we need to have both parties in place and, in the same room, understanding what's going to be put in place.
It's so amazing that people just don't spend a lot of time doing all this stuff and all too. And I know it's tough. It's administration and all too, but you have to do it. I mean, I'm a big proponent of an HR handbook, starting up and getting it moving and really writing in there what happens when someone gets terminated, what happens with benefits, what happens with this and all too, so that nobody has, there's no surprises out there and all too. But it's stuff like that. It takes a lot of time. I know you're already busy, you're building, you're growing, you're thinking about growth. But if you don't have these processes in place when you are starting, it will backfire on you. So you have a great source of individuals here that reach out to after this today. Make sure that you do that. But it's really important to do and take the steps necessary so that you have, I always think of it as like a ship. And you want to make sure below the ship, the ones that actually are moving forward, everything underneath there is working really well together. And then you're on top, you're looking for that next mountain, that next journey and all too. But if you don't have it underneath rowing the right direction, you're not moving. So be careful about that. And then Maria, bloopers.
Well, it's interesting, as I was listening to everybody's story, I was thinking back to what I said earlier about most of the issues are people issues, right? And so what were those 2 points about? People and clarity and so forth. And that was going to be what mine was about as well. It's about providing clarity and also making sure, going back to that people issue of getting the right people on the team. And one of my early clients especially, we always try to get them to, first of all, identify what are the functions that they need on the leadership teams, and then what are the roles for each of those functions before we ever put a name into that seat, to make sure that that person's the right person for that seat. And oftentimes they try to find a spot for everybody that's in that room instead of saying, no, let's make sure that we're looking at the function in the seat. And so in this particular case, the client had put the individual that had always been in charge of sales in that sales seat. And this was actually a business that had merged. So they had other individuals to sit in that seat, but they put that person in the sales seat. And so we'd gone through the 2 of the first 3 meetings that we go through in the first 60 days, which is setting all the foundations and so forth. And in the 3rd meeting, we were talking about the accountability chart again and going through, okay, do you have the right people? And is this the right structure? Well, in that question, all of a sudden they had decided that no, the structure needed a little bit of a change, and they needed account managers in some of these operational areas as well as a sales lead. And so the person that had been in the sales lead, the CEO, I give him credit right there in the room. He said, you know what? You're not the right person for that sales lead role. You're actually the right person for the account management role. And that guy so quickly, he's like, yes, you're right. That's where I should be. So do I have to come to these meetings anymore? Whoa. He literally said, do I have to come to these meetings anymore? So again, it was just from the blooper perspective of, don't try to force fit somebody just because they've been with you for a long time. Don't try to force fit them into a seat that you need somebody strong in. Make sure you're getting the right person with the right skills who's able to do those roles into that seat, and do it sooner than later. So the longer that you've got somebody in the wrong seat or you've got a wrong person, the longer it just hurts your business, because as you were saying earlier, Marcia, if they don't know how to do it, you're not getting your bang for the buck, so to speak, for what you're paying that employee.
And keep in mind, guys, this is business, and don't make it so personal. Sometimes people do it because it's so personal. You got to get rid of that and all too. If you really want to grow and all too, you just have to have a real honest conversation with them and all too. Work with them, be honest and all too. But it's that communication that's one of the reasons why we go into so many companies, because the CEO doesn't have the nerve to have that conversation. You got to learn how to do that. And the more times you do it, the easier it becomes. Trust me on that. So this has been a great conversation. It is 10:28. I know our next session's at around 10:45. I don't know about you, but I definitely need a laboratory break and more coffee. Maria, Brianna, Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us today. And if you could leave one word of encouragement for our team out there, what would that be? Maria?
Believe in yourself. Sorry, it's more than one word.
I love it. Brianna?
Yeah, I was going to say, don't sell yourself short.
Absolutely.
More than one word again.
Lindsay?
Persistence.
I love it. Absolutely. And have faith in yourselves, guys, because you can do this, okay? We'll see you at 10:45, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, take care.
everyone out there, and welcome back to Inspiring Women, presented by Entrepreneurs Organization of Philadelphia. My name is Ann Cunningham, and I'm going to be your host for this session. I am an entrepreneur myself, and my company is iCube Strategy Partners, a marketing and consulting firm to the biotech and pharmaceutical industry. I started the company about 2 years ago, so I'm a new entrepreneur. I'm learning a lot today. I'm really excited about what we're going to hear next from our speaker. So I'm really excited to introduce Kim Kaup. She's going to be joining us in just a second. Kim Kaup is the founder and CEO of the Superfan Company, a fan engagement agency focused on creating one-of-a-kind products and strategies for entertainers, brands, and celebrities. Since starting the company, her all-female team has collaborated with A-list properties such as Oprah, the New York Mets, Kiss, Shawn Mendes, and Paul McCartney, among others. Kim has been named to Forbes 30 Under 30, Advertising Ages 40 Under 40, and Inc.'s 35 Under 35 list. She was featured on ABC's hit primetime show Shark Tank, securing offers from 4 out of the 5 sharks. Which one was that naughty shark that held out on you? And was most recently seen on Fox judging the 2019 Miss USA pageant. Kim is passionate about giving back to the next generation through her volunteer work and service on foundation boards. She has partnered with LinkedIn to create entrepreneur-focused curriculum, which debuted in 2019 on the LinkedIn Learning platform. Kim's ultimate goal is to help people invest in themselves and their career and/or business, which is what she is doing with us today. We are so excited to have you, Kim. I am going to turn it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Anne. And I'm so excited to hear you're a new entrepreneur. And I wanted to thank everybody who hopefully used the tea or coffee break. You are amazing. If you didn't already know it today, for joining. This is so exciting, and I'm so happy to be joining you today. Again, my name's Kim Kaup, and I'm an entrepreneur, just like you. So I'm excited to share a little bit of what I've learned along the way that might be able to help you as you navigate this crazy, wild world of entrepreneurship. And I know that we're all in different places right now, although we're all together virtually. We are scattered all over the place in various zip codes and homes, but I do know that I sort of moonlight as a magician, as a mind reader. And I'm going to tell you something right now that every single one of you in the next 30 seconds is going to experience. Everyone at the same time, no matter what. Are you ready? It's if I told you, great news, you're going to be able to go live with me right now, broadcasting to everyone. Can I get a volunteer? Everyone right now is doing the same thing, which is this. Right? Like, oh my God, no, do not pick me. Do not pass go. I don't want to go live. My hair, what's the background? What are these kids doing? Absolutely not. Do not put me live. Do not put me on stage. Our initial reaction when you hear the words, can I get a volunteer? Or this phrase, who wants to go first? Am I right? The initial reaction is, oh, it's physical in addition to mental. Physically, your shoulders go in, you kind of sink down in the seat. If you concentrate hard enough, you actually will become invisible, like some sort of superhero that no one will pick you because suddenly you've made yourself invisible. It doesn't work. I've tried. So no, that doesn't quite work. And we do this all the time. Okay, we don't just do this in business or when we're at a comedy show. We do this in our everyday life. And we do this at times, often when it makes absolutely no sense. And you've seen this, right? You've gone to a karaoke bar with friends and everyone's a bad singer, we know, but there's always that one friend that maybe they sung in the church choir, or maybe they were talented in high school and sang with the chorus, they actually can sing. Like you and all of your friends are, you know, screeching out Whitney Houston and it's not going that well, but your one friend can actually sing, actually has a decent voice. And the minute anyone goes, oh, here, I'm going to pass the mic to you, Sarah. I'm going to pass the mic to you, Rachel. Why don't you take the Frozen song that's coming up in the queue? They do the same thing, which is, oh, no. Oh, someone else can go. Oh, no. Even though they are actually qualified, more qualified than anybody else there to sing, but they don't want to sing because they don't want to be picked. They don't want to be singled out. And that phenomenon, it follows us. It follows us into business, and it follows us, sadly, more often than we'd like to admit. Because here's the thing, and it happens with your friend who can actually sing, and it happens with you in your day-to-day life. Because the hardest thing to do, even if you're qualified, the hardest person to convince that you deserve something is you. Because at that karaoke bar, all of your friends are rooting you on, but you don't think that you should be there. You are your worst enemy. You are the one saying, no, not me. And I'm curious how many times at work or in life or in business have you done that? You actually are the best person to present the marketing plan. You actually are the best person to close that sale, but you say, no, not me. No, because you don't think that you deserve it, not anybody else in the room. Lucky for us, this doesn't happen when it comes to our dreams, when it comes to our wishes, when it comes to our hopes, because in those situations, the possibilities are endless, right? And when I first started in entrepreneurship, I had this crazy hope. I had this crazy idea where I was like, one day, if I work hard enough, I'm going to end up in Forbes, and I'm going to end up on the 30 under 30 list. That was like a big dream of mine. I had seen it on the newsstands and growing up, and I was just like, one day I'm going to be on that list too. That was a big hope. I was really like, I'm going to get there. I don't know how, I don't know when, but that's my big dream. It's my big goal. And what's crazy about this is when I started my business and started to find some success, I just sat there waiting, like maybe Forbes will find me magically one day. And the first year of our business went by. Okay, we're doing well, we're making money. Second year of our business went by. We're starting to pick up some big names. We're starting to pick up some big clients. I'm thinking, okay, I was 25 when we started the company, so now I'm 26. Okay, I'm still out here, still kind of hanging around, and no one's necessarily picking up the phone from Forbes and calling. No one's really doing anything. And this is what I call the blue ocean strategy, okay? The lost boat, where you are just hanging out in the sea. And here's the thing. If you were actually lost at sea, if you actually were in a boat and that boat became lost, your immediate response would be, oh my gosh, I need to call the Coast Guard immediately. And you'd pick up your phone and you would say, help, I'm in the middle of the ocean on a boat and our engine's broken or we're lost. We don't know what they're going. And the first thing the Coast Guard is going to say is, great, Kim, where are you? And you cannot just say, the sea. I'm in the sea. Okay, right? Because the sea is really big. And the Coast Guard's going to be like, ma'am, we're going to need you to be a little more specific about where you are in just the C. And that's when you're going to have to go, okay, well, I left out of the West Palm Beach Inlet around 2 hours ago. My last coordinates were XYZ, but we've been drifting for 20 minutes. Okay, now the Coast Guard can say, okay, we can triangulate you and, you know, send a helicopter or send some boats out to try to find you. But you have to give them your coordinates. You can't just say, I am in the sea and I hope that someone's going to find me, right? That doesn't work. Why? Because hope is not a strategy. Hope is not something that you can just say, I hope that they're going to find me one day. Hope is not a strategy. A strategy is figuring out what you can do today that will affect your tomorrow. That's a strategy. That's the definition of a strategy. So hope, I hope they're going to find me in this big ocean. Not a strategy, not going to work. So lucky for me, by year 2, then year 3, then year 4 of Forbes never calling. By the way, by year 4 of the business, we had already worked with Taylor Swift. We had already worked with Justin Bieber. Very big names, very much people that I thought, if I hoped in the middle of the sea, that somehow the press would find me magically. I don't know. And finally, I turned 29. Got to remember, it's a Forbes 30 under 30 list. And that's when I realized, okay, this hope strategy that I've been using for the last 4 years, it's not really working that well. I need to do something because I only have 1 year left to try to make this list, and the hope strategy is not really cutting it for me. So what did I do? Exactly like you would do with the Coast Guard. I called in my coordinates, and I did that in a very roundabout way. So actually found the editor for the Forbes 30 under 30 list and had a person on my team send them an email. Literally opened up the emails, sent them an email. And the email headline was, a company you should know about that is doing big work with big names. Okay, nothing crazy. You know, people that you should know about. This is actually the email because I want to prove like this is actually what we sent. Zach is the name of the editor. He's still an editor at Forbes that does the 30 under 30 list. He's an amazing guy, but actually sent this email. Joanna was a girl on my team. So again, we stopped waiting for someone to magically find us. And we sent this email. Again, here are my coordinates. Here's how you can find me. Here's what we're doing. Here's what we've accomplished. Here's why I think it matters, all the things. And chicken or the egg, right? You never really know. Now, did sending the email get his attention, or was it just lucky that 4 years in we got his attention? I like to think it was the former. I think in an open sea, you have a lot going on, but that's when I think he really found us. And lo and behold, I ended up getting lunch with Zach a few weeks after we sent this email. And I'm very happy to announce that, yes, indeed, in fact, I did make it on to the Forbes 30 under 30 list. And it was an amazing feat, one that I am so proud of. And it all started with an email. It all started when I stopped hoping that someone was going to find me in the sea of everything that was going on. Because just like trying to find a sock in your sock drawer, it's really hard to find, even though you know it's in there. And so this happened, and I sort of got my taste, right? I got my taste for like, okay, there seems to be a connection, you know, this seems to be something that's really great. And then I also just got the taste of like, wow, Forbes, this is super impressive. And it started opening up doors for me. Once I got on the Forbes list, people were like, you were in Forbes, you're featured in Forbes, we'll take this meeting, we'll do this thing. So I was like, wow, that's pretty great. And I've been super lucky since then. And I've been able to win other awards, which are really special to me. I think one of the most special for me was in 2014 from my alma mater, University of Florida, go Gators. I won their Young Alumni of the Year award. And I think it was so special because I brought my parents along to celebrate with me. All three of us, my mom, my dad, and I went back to the University of Florida. It was also really special because they both went to the University of Florida. So it was like, multiple generations of Gators coming in. I can remember my mom being so proud sitting at this table with me, and the person next to her was like, oh, your daughter's being honored, and that's so great. And, how did she get here? And what did somebody from her company, how did this happen? Did they hit a certain revenue mark? And I can remember my mom at the awards ceremony, I don't know what we're eating, chicken or whatever you eat at these award ceremonies. And she leans over to me and she's like, Kim. I'm like, what, Mom? And she's like, how, I forgot, I didn't even ask you, like I was just so excited. We were coming back to University of Florida and I didn't even ask you, how'd you get this award? Like, how did we get here? And I'm eating my chicken, hanging out. And I said, oh, well, I sent them an email and I asked for the award. And the look on her face, to this day, I wish I had taken a picture of it because it was a combination of shock, horror, incredulous. She was just like, what? You did what? I said, yeah, I saw the award. I wanted it. And I sent them an email asking if I could have it. My mom was blown away. Okay. She was blown away because I actually emailed them asking for the award. I literally sent an email, saw the award and was like, this award looks pretty cool. Can I have it? And I wanted to include the email because sometimes people are like, well, did she actually do that? Like, here is a screenshot from my inbox of me writing to them saying, hey, I saw the award. How do you get it? Do you apply? Does someone nominate you? Like, how does this work? Let me know. And from that email, sure enough, they sent me back the application, said, here's how you can submit. And I was like, great, awesome. I'm going to submit myself. Type, because I had learned my lesson from Forbes that I needed to tell people my coordinates. I needed to tell people where I was and what I was doing if this was something that I wanted. And in this case, it was. And so I learned a valuable lesson early on that if you want to be called on, you must raise your hand. You must raise your hand, or nobody knows that you have the answer. Nobody knows that you want the award, the honor, the promotion, the recognition, whatever it is. People don't know that you want it. People might not even know you're there. So you have to raise your hand. You have to say, I'm here and this is something that I'm interested in. And I always think of that really popular Ariana Grande song from a couple years ago. I will demonstrate for you. But, in the chorus, she says something like, I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Do you know the song I'm talking about? If not, YouTube it. But she says these lyrics, I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Ariana Grande giving business advice. Who knew? But the sentiment is true. And so I hear people say, okay, Kim, I got it, check. I have a list of awards of what I want. I want, best restaurant in the Northeast. I want the award for this. I want the honor for that. I want the seal of approval from XYZ website, from Good Housekeeping, whatever it is. They're like, got it, check. I know what I want. I know the things that I want, but I don't know how do you even start telling people your coordinates? How do you even start telling people this is me and this is why I think I should have this award or have this recognition or have this seal of approval? And the mindset, because I know it's really hard when you even start to think about nominating yourself for something. You're like, oh my gosh, how am I going to nominate myself for something? But here's the secret. You need to talk about you like you would talk about your best friend, right? And we all brag on our best friends. I know we do. Just yesterday, I was at a restaurant 6 feet away from somebody, and I heard them talking about how it's so hard to date during this virus. And I have a single friend. So I kind of overheard and I said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a great single girlfriend. She's fun. And I'm going on, right? She's funny. She's cute. She has a great job. She takes her, and I'm selling her like I'm selling ice to an Eskimo. I'm like, my friend is amazing. Here are the reasons why. Here's why I think she'd be great for you. I mean, that's what we do, right? We brag on our friends, but when it comes to ourselves, we would never describe ourselves that way, right? You would never say, well, I am well employed and I'm funny and I'm nice. You describe yourself and you kind of go, well, I'm, this is my age and this is where I live. Like, you don't talk about yourself that same way. And I know it's uncomfortable, and it's usually uncomfortable for the right reasons, because we're humble, because we don't want to brag. Those are great about 90% of the time. But then about 10% of the time, it's like, I'm going to need you to brag a little. And here are my tips as you start to think about this. It's hard when you think about describing yourself in generic terms, like, I have the best tacos in town, or I have the fastest new app download, or I have the most amazing, brilliant lawyers for our new legal business, whatever it is. These terms, best, fastest, it's like, what does that mean? Actually, no one actually knows. But here's something that can help contextualize it really quickly, okay? Names and numbers. Because no one can argue with names and numbers. You either have names and numbers or you don't. You either have that or you don't have that. So names and numbers can be a great way for you to very quickly assert yourself, describe yourself, and help put yourself into context for other people. So if you're thinking about yourself, think about yourself in terms of names and numbers, because then it's not necessarily like you're bragging. We have the best tacos, we have the fastest app, we have the most brilliant lawyers. You're describing it. And I'll use myself as an example. So when I used to go to parties, get-togethers, reunions, whatever, people would naturally ask, so what do you do? What do you do? What's your business do? What are you doing with that little entrepreneur thing you got going on? And I, again, humbly would, very meekly say, well, I work with some of the top entertainers and sports teams and brands. That's kind of, what I've been up to. And, then the conversation would go on. What does that mean? Right? You say that at a party and people leave that conversation and they say, oh, okay, that girl over there, she works with some of the top entertainers and sports teams. I don't really know what that means. I know we got a little league team Or I know we got a minor league team. Maybe she's working with that minor league team. Or, I know she said entertainers. We have that local band that's been around for about 10 years. They do a show every Friday night. Maybe she's working with those. They're like a top entertainer in our city, kind of the only top entertainer I can think of. She's probably working with them. That's probably what she's doing. Right? Because why wouldn't they think that? That's their interpretation of what I said. But if that same person at a party says, so what do you do? Tell me about your business. What are you up to? And instead I say, well, I work with a wide range of music acts, everybody from Paul McCartney to Katy Perry to Shawn Mendes. And I also work with some sports teams like the New York Mets or the Boston Red Sox, and also work with just some entertainment properties like Comic-Con and festivals like Stagecoach, right? That person immediately knows, oh, and instead of top entertainer, oh, she's talking about Paul McCartney. Okay, like again, going back to those coordinates, oh, I get it. Now I immediately understand who you're talking about. And again, I'm not bragging, I'm listing names. These are names of clients. I'm not saying we have the best clients, we have the most amazing clients. These are our clients. So again, you can brag in a way that's not bragging. Just, these are my clients. And then I'll give you an example of numbers, because people are always like, oh, how do you use numbers? I don't know. So here's something we used early on, and maybe you're able to use it too. So American Express does an amazing study. I think it's every other year. It's the state of women-owned businesses. And pretty much consistently for the last couple of years, less than 2% of women-owned businesses ever make more than $1 million in revenue. Ever. Hard stop. Never make more than $1 million in revenue. And that's kind of a crazy number. Less than 2% do that. I think the number for men is something crazy like 30% or something. So it's less than 2% for women. I would tell people early in my company, I would use that stat. I would say, well, less than 2% of female-owned businesses ever make more than $1 million in revenue. And we did it in 11 months. Boom, right? Boom. I'm not bragging. I'm not saying, well, my company grew at a super fast rate, exponential rate. No, I've just names and numbers. Here's who we work with. Here's a fact. And here's another fact. Less than 2%, we did it in 11 months. And I use this all the time, and you can actually log on. I would love actually for you to log on to my LinkedIn profile. You can do it right now because we're all at home on the computer. I can't see what you're doing. So if you log on to LinkedIn and you type in my name and you go to the description of my bio, you'll see that's exactly what I did. Names and numbers throughout the description of my company to help contextualize for other people what exactly we do, who we do it with, and who we do it for. That's going to be huge. And you can do it very easily as well. So again, just think about those names and numbers when it comes to talking about yourself. And I know what some of you are thinking right now. You're thinking, well, that's super easy for Kim to say because she's working with Oprah and Paul McCartney. And, that's not me. That's not my business. That's not what I'm doing. How on earth am I going to do something like that? Where do I even start? And here's what I would tell you if we were having lunch together, which maybe it's breakfast, lunch, maybe you're having an early lunch. I don't know. If we were having a discussion over lunch, if we were having lunch and somebody put a piece of pizza in front of you, right? Delicious pizza. And you're like, I'm ready to eat. How would you eat that pizza? If you are like 99.5% of people in the world, you would start from the bottom of the pizza and you would eat your way up to the crust. right? Because that's how we do things in life. We start small. We start from the small side of the pizza. We eat our way to the big way of the pizza. And we do this in lots of different things. If you're working out at the gym, you don't go into the gym and get to the 20-pound weights and say, all right, starting with the 20 pounds. No, of course not. You start with the 1 pound weight, then you move to the 5-pound weight, then you move to the 10-pound weight. This is how you start. You start with the smallest, you work your way up. When you're coding a website or learning to code, you don't code the whole thing overnight. You start with 1 line of code, and you do 2 lines of code. And then after a while, you eventually have a whole website. In my case, I'm just trying to keep plants alive, right? I'm starting with succulents, working my way up. This is how we do things. We start small, we work our way up. That is how it goes. And that's exactly how it should go for you when it comes to this sort of recognition and PR and business. Because here's the secret that nobody wants to tell you. The best PR starts with the award that no one's ever heard of. That's where the best PR starts. Because the thing about PR and the thing about honors and awards and recognition and whatever is it starts small and you work your way up. Exactly like eating the pizza, exactly like lifting the weights, exactly like the computer code. You start small and like a domino, you work your way up. Why? Because as human beings, psychologically, we love validation from other people. And I'll show you a prime example of this, right? Let's say you were going out on a date, okay? A blind date. You might be really nervous for that blind date. But let's say you're going on a date where it's a blind date, but your best friend set you up with this person. You're still nervous, but you're a little less nervous because you're going, well, if Rachel likes them and, oh, it's one of her friends from college, he must be a halfway decent guy because Rachel wouldn't be setting me up with someone who's terrible. Again, Rachel's that validating factor that you're kind of like, well, if Rachel thought he was okay, then, I'm sure he's pretty great. That validation factor not only works in dating and everyday life, but it works in business as well. Let me give you a prime example. Let's pretend that you are the editor of a magazine. Let's say it's a local magazine. So I'm in Texas. So let's say it's Texas Magazine. I don't know if that's really a magazine, but let's pretend it is. Texas Magazine. And I'm doing a 30 under 30 list for Texas, the top 30 entrepreneurs of Texas, or maybe even smaller than that. Let's start smaller. Let's start real estate, okay? Top 30 real estate people in Texas. And I'm Texas Magazine, that maybe not so many people have heard of. And I'm looking through, and I've got 29 great candidates, and I'm looking for that last 30th person. And a resume comes across my desk, and it's Joe. And Joe looks pretty great. He's sold $20 million worth of real estate in Austin, Texas, and he's 26. So you kind of start there, you're like, I think Joe's going to be our 30th, like putting that to the side. Joe's looking real good. But then you see another resume, and it's Janet. And what do you know? Janet has also sold $20 million worth of real estate in Austin, and Janet is also 26. But on Janet's resume, she was also named Young Person of the Year by the mayor of Austin. And she was also named a top 25 hotshot to watch by Real Estate Austin. And she was also named top 10 broker of Travis County. All of a sudden you're like, Wow. Oh, who do you think you go with? Right? Janet. Because even though their credentials are the same on paper, Janet has all these other smaller validating factors that you're like, well, she was named top 25 of Travis County, like she's good enough for Austin Magazine. Again, it's that version of Rachel. It's that extra validation. It's like, well, if they checked her out, must be pretty great. And again, you work your way up. You start with Travis County, then you get to Austin Magazine, then you get to Texas Magazine, then you get to the national level. Like, you work your way up. You're eating up the pizza. And an easy way to do this, a really easy way to do this, is to honestly copy somebody else's homework. You know, I always tell people, don't reinvent the wheel. There's a wheel. It's a great wheel. It's worked great for years. Don't reinvent it. Just look at the wheel and say, hello, wheel, I'm going to use you now. And what I mean by this is look at other entrepreneurs or other people in your industry that are just a little bit ahead of you and see what they've won. See what awards they've been given. See what magazines have written them up. See what features they've had. Look at their wheel. And here's the biggest mistake I hear people make, right? They're new entrepreneurs, or maybe they've been in business for a couple years, and they go, okay, Kim, yep, I got it. I found the organization I want to go after, the award I want. I figured out the names and numbers, exactly how I'm going to talk about myself. And now I'm going to present myself. I have an idol in mind. I'm going to present myself just like Oprah. And I say, oh no. No. You can't put yourself next to Oprah. That's just not going to work. And here's a reason why. If you were pregnant, you're 6 months pregnant and you're going, okay, what's this whole birth thing going to be like? What's that like? You're probably going to call up a friend who just recently gave birth. You're not going to call up your friend with a 15-year-old and say, so what was that birthing process like 15 years ago? She's not going to remember what the birthing process was like. But your friend who has a 6-month-old is going to be like, well, let me tell you what, remember that clear as day. Here are the things you want to look out for. Just like if you were a freshman, you wouldn't go and ask the senior about advice for sophomore year. You'd find a sophomore and you'd ask the sophomore for advice about sophomore year. Just like if you're a manager at a company and you want to get a promotion to be a senior manager and you want to know what it takes, you don't go all the way up the ladder to the CEO and say, okay, what does it take to be a senior manager? You go to a senior manager and then you say, what does it take to be a senior manager? So if there's an entrepreneur that you have in mind, make sure it's somebody on your level who's only just, again, freshman to sophomore, just a little bit ahead of you. So for me, I've had my company for 9 years. I look at people who've had their company for 10 years or 11 years and see what they're doing. What are they putting out on social media? What features are they going after? What PR are they getting? That's what I'm always looking for, because you don't want to be one of those people that starts doing things that looks absolutely ridiculous. And here's what I'm talking about. If you've seen this meme before that says, again, nobody, absolutely nobody, not a single person on earth. And it's like, well, since everybody's asking about the best tacos in the world, it's like, no one asked about your best tacos. Like, you can't act like Oprah. You're not Oprah, okay? Oprah can say 1 million people have been asking what I think is the best taco, and Oprah would be right. But you, that just looks ridiculous. So I always think about this meme. Look at people that are just a little bit ahead of you. And I know it can seem crazy to go after these small things, but it's these small things that add up, and so that the structure looks bigger. I know when people see me, they think, well, you already have your sandcastle going on. But what you don't understand about the sandcastle is it's made of very, very tiny teeny, tiny parts. It's those tiny awards, it's the tiny honors, it's the tiny that build up to make it look like, wow, you have a castle, but the castle is made up of super tiny parts. So my biggest hope, my biggest wish after today is that you take some of these strategies, you take some of this advice, and you say to yourself, I'm going to start raising my hand. I'm going to start giving people some coordinates. I'm going to update my LinkedIn to show names and numbers of exactly who I've been working with and what I've been doing. Because if you can get to that point, if you can start raising your hand, that's when your big wins are going to come. Your big wins are going to come when you resist that ability to shrink, that ability to say, ooh, don't call on me. Ooh, they asked for volunteers. Ooh, they asked who's going to go first. When you can overcome that, that is when your biggest wins are going to happen. And I know it can be scary, and I know it can feel like, where do I even start? This is where you can start. You can start small. Go on my website after I finish, after the Q&As are over, kimkalp.com. There's a free resource there you can download. I give you 5 steps to help optimize your LinkedIn in a better way. It takes maybe 30 minutes and you can do it today. It's a small step. It's the first grain in your sandcastle. And I'm handing it to you because I cannot wait to see what type of sandcastle that you build. Thank you so much for having me today, and I cannot wait for all of your questions. I hope that someone is brave enough to raise their hand and ask some questions.
Excellent. Wow. You know what? I got so much out of that, Kim. Thank you so much. My first key takeaway, you are your own worst enemy. I think I'm gonna sleep on that one. And all of those tips to really get over that are just phenomenal. Thank you so much once again. We need questions. Let's get some questions in the chat here. But I'm gonna start with one.
Okay.
And that is, what do you think about those of us that are introverts? We're entrepreneurs and we're trying to make it happen. And sometimes a lot of what you share is so hard for some of us introverts. What advice would you give us that are trying to be successful, even though we kind of keep to ourselves a little bit?
I would say my best advice for introverts is to pretend that it's a different person. And so I love, anybody can go and look this up, but Beyonce is famous for having this character that she calls Sasha Fierce.
Oh.
So he will say, that's not Beyonce on stage. I'm Beyonce when I'm in my sweatpants, at home with my kids. The person that you see on stage, the put her finger on it, put a ring on it, that's Sasha Fierce. That's not me. And so what I always tell introverts is, if it helps, create a person, and maybe you go full blown Beyonce and you make a name for them. Like maybe yours is like Captain Kim, and it's not Captain Kim's the one giving the interviews or doing the things. That's not Kim as a person. So I took that lesson from the very wise Beyonce, but I would say if you're an introvert, maybe create a character, and that can maybe help you feel a little less awkward.
Love that. Love that. So we have a question from Kristen Boone. What did your team or network look like when you got started, and how did it change?
I think that organizations like this are so great. It took me about a year. I was 25. I'd never started a company before, so I was kind of completely alone. And this is back in 2011, before entrepreneurship was as sexy as it is now. When you see it on Shark Tank, and it's very well known now, but back then it didn't really. No one knew what it was that I was friends with. And it took me about a year to actually find organizations. I found one called the Young Entrepreneurship Council that was specifically made for people under the age of 40. And it was finding these organizations that I was like, oh, there are people like me. This network is so powerful. And I would also say networks like this are powerful if you utilize them. And what I mean by that is, I'll give you an example. When I was first starting, I was like, I need a website because that would be helpful for a business. But I had no money. And this was before like Squarespace and Wix and all these easy things that you can build a website. I was like, how am I going to build this website? And for weeks, I was like, how am I going to build this website? I don't have any money. Meanwhile, friends, family, my parents are asking me like, how's that whole business going? And my immediate answer is like, I'm fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Everything's fine. And it wasn't until one day I was sitting with my friend and she's like, how is everything? And I don't know, like something came over me and I was like, it's actually not great. It's actually not great because I cannot figure out how to build this website and I have no money. And she goes, well, why don't we talk to my brother? His roommate builds websites. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to text my brother right now. Maybe long story short, turns out we got the website built for free. It was a project that he was doing for school, totally built for free. And that's when I realized if you actually tell people the truth, not just it's fine, everything's great. Right. And you actually tell people like, this is what I need help with. This is what I'm struggling with. The power of these networks, not just in a business sense, but my cousin, my girlfriend's brother works there. Oh, you're looking for a lawyer. You're looking for a bank account. You're looking for this. Like the power of networks is so strong, especially in organizations like EO, that you can really build up your network and resources just by being honest and saying, like, this is what I need help with. Does anyone know anyone?
Yes, indeed, indeed. Let's get some more questions out there, guys. And so one a big question is, as some of us go from solo practitioner to adding folks on, what do we need to keep in mind? What are the couple of things that we need to consider?
I would say, as always, because I'm scrappy and I bootstrapped my business, I did not take on angel investments. I did not do a friends and family round. It was just, me, computer, phone, all the things. Was again, start small, start with freelancers. I'll give you a great example. Shelby, who was the one that you saw those amazing graphics, is my assistant, and she's not full-time with me, right? She's from an amazing company called Squared Away. I would implore everybody to check it out. And they give you access to a certain number of hours each month for certain prices of qualified, high-level executive assistants that can help you. And so I would say resources like that, where you don't have to hire someone, you don't have to worry about health insurance and their 401k and firing them or whatever. The world is ripe with freelancers and resources like this. So I would say start small, build your team up slowly.
Awesome. Question from Majette Reyes. When it comes to scaling and finding investors, what tips would you give to women business owners?
I would say twofold. Obviously, there's two ways to go about it. Bootstrapping, which I would say bootstrap as long as you can, like hold on as long as you can. I actually have a course on LinkedIn. It's about an hour long, all about bootstrapping. So you can, we'll drop the link in or something. You can go check that out. But that's an amazing resource. If you do want to raise funds and you do want to, you say, okay, I'm going to need to raise that fund round no matter what, I would say look as you start to funds that specialize in female founders. So there's a lot of press right now. There's a lot of resources that you can look at and say, okay, here's some organizations that are specifically funding female entrepreneurs. So I would say do your homework. And again, don't reinvent the wheel. If there's a company that's similar to yours and they're already on their Series B, who are their investors? Like, again, copy their homework. Who do they have investing? Investigate that. So I would say, again, try not to reinvent the wheel. Try not to start from scratch. Look at other people that are like you or similar businesses, similar companies, similar sizes, and see what are they doing? And maybe I can copy some of their homework.
That makes great sense. Now, you mentioned the investors that invest in women-owned businesses. That statistic continues to bug me. The only 2% of women over $1 million. What do you think women can do about that? What can we do for ourselves to change that?
I would say, again, going back to what I said before, a lot of it, I think, this is not scientifically proven, this is like my own thought, But I think a lot of it is mindset. I know it took years and years of entrepreneurship before I even started believing in myself. And again, I don't know if it's like conditioned from a young age of like, you know, as women, we're please and thank you. We're how can I help? I'm going to do everything for everyone because I can clean the house, make the dinner, run a company, do this, and I can be all things to all people with a smile and with my Instagram ready hair. That's crazy. Like that's not realistic. It's nuts, you know, and I think at some point you have to say, okay, I'm going to go all in on this business stuff, and knowing that some of these other balls are going to drop, or again, I'll call out Shelby again, my like amazing wizard. I'm going to bring somebody in who's going to help me keep some of those balls in the air. Because I think as women, that's the biggest hurdle is just our own, and it's a great personality trait, but it's our own personality trait to want to be everything to everyone all the time.
Yes,
it's not realistic.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Minky Blue, how do you recommend getting a product placement in the entertainment industry?
I assume you're meaning like product placement in terms of music videos or something like that.
So if you have a purse or you have something that you're selling, how do you get it placed? Maybe in a movie or in a video or something like that, it sounds like.
I would say this. I would say LinkedIn is going to be your best friend. And let's say you wanted to get a purse in a movie. It's a great example. LinkedIn is going to be your best friend because what you're going to do is you're going to pick 2 or 3 movie studios, right? Universal Pictures, Warner Brothers, and whatever. Then you're going to type in, I don't know, costume designer or set designer. You're going to figure out with your Nancy Drew techniques, who's the one in charge of picking the clothes that are going on set. Who is that person? Find them. Because here's the thing, chances are that person's not famous, right? That person's name is Janet, and she's working in San Diego on set design for the last 7 Harry Potter films. And you're gonna find Janet, and you're gonna reach out to Janet, and you're gonna say, I have this purse company, and I think you might like it, and can I send you a sample or whatever it is? Because again, this relationship of product placement, I always tell people, it's like dating, right? It's like dating. And you have to start the date as like, hey, fan of your work, really like, watched your last movies or whatever. You can't just go straight in on a date as like, going straight for home base. Like, let's get naked. It's like, you can't just email like, put my purse in your movie. Thank you. It's like, hi, Rachel, fan of your work, saw that you're a costume designer, and maybe even ask them, I'm a small female-owned business out of New York City. I love the idea of putting my purse in movies. Where do you think I should start? And let that person answer you back, start a dialogue, start a relationship. So that would be, I think LinkedIn on situations like that is going to be your best friend, best resource.
Oh, fantastic. Great advice. How do you avoid distraction when life is so full of them, especially for women?
I would say I avoid distraction for me personally, and especially in this pandemic, with time blocking. So on my calendar, if you guys saw my calendar, if I could share the screen with you, you would laugh, because after today, I have 2 calls. I have a time block for 45 minutes. It says eat lunch. I'm not kidding. I have a time block that says eat lunch. I have a time block that says call mom. I literally, my entire time is time blocked. And I did that exactly because of the distractions, right? Because we all can kind of be like, squirrel, I got a call. There's an email. I should write that down. Should I start that project? And if you don't sort of contain yourself to say, no, from noon to 1, I'm eating lunch. I am not starting a new project. I am eating lunch. This is my lunchtime. So I would say time blocking, and it can really help you power through your to-do list, because you think that multitasking is getting you somewhere, and it's actually not.
Great advice. I just started that time blocking thing. It's really, I agree 100%. It really does change things for you. Any other questions out there? While you guys think about any last questions, I have one, and that is, so for us emerging entrepreneurs, any advice on how to press through the early failures? Sometimes you're kind of still where you started. Maybe you haven't seen the full vision yet. How do you press through that early stage?
I would say you press through by saying it and I bet you're getting a lot of no's, right? At least I was in the early stages. So many no's. It was like, no, no, no. It was like raining no's. I needed like an umbrella for all the no's coming down on me. And what helped is I heard this quote early on and it completely changed the game for me. It completely rephrased it in my mind where I said, it's not a no, it's just a not right now.
Yes.
And I'll give you an example. So early on when I started, I grew up in Florida. Shout out to anybody who grew up in Florida too, but I love Jimmy Buffett. Okay. My parents used to listen to him. I don't know. I know it sounds really uncool because he's like a 7-year-old old guy, but I was like, I love Jimmy Buffett. I love his music, like 5 o'clock somewhere. I want to work with him one day. And would go, I met with his team, and every year with his team, I'd be like, here's an idea I had for Jimmy Buffett. Here's something I think we could do here. And it was no. Year seven, I was like the fly that they just like couldn't swat away, because every 6 months I would put a reminder in my calendar to reach back out to his team. It's me again. It's me again. It's been 6 months. It's me again. Like, any ideas? Here's an idea I had. I did this, Anne, for 7 years. 7 years of hello, it's me. And again, happy birthday, saw you got that promotion, saw Jimmy Buffett got #1, saw the new book he put out, whatever. 7 years. And finally, 2 years ago, his team out of nowhere emailed me and said, hey, Kim, we think we have a project. We think we have something in mind. And I ended up working with him after 8 years. So talk about the long game of like, no. It's just a not right now. It's just the time's not right. Something's not right, but don't give up. So if there is something that like you really want to get your purse into Bloomingdale's, or you really want to get your peanut butter and jelly into Whole Foods, like just know, like you might be like me, might be like 7 years of no, but you're going to get there. Just might take a hot second.
Yeah, keep it going. I love your thoughts on just believe. If you believe, you won't stop. Just keep it going. I love it.
And it's hard, right? Like, believing is the hardest part, because going back to my point, like the worst critic you have, the meanest, nastiest, gonna put you down and tell you you're not good enough is you. Like, you're the one in your head every day being like, well, you don't deserve that. You're never going to hit that number. That's an unrealistic sales goal. Of course, you can't have that many followers on social media. Your best friend or your spouse or your brother and sister or your cousin, they would never say those things to you.
Exactly.
You would never say those things to someone else. You would never go to your best friend and go, Rachel, you're never getting that promotion. Good luck. Right. Of course you would never say that to your friend. You're a terrible friend. So it's like, you are your own worst enemy. And as soon as you can even make an inch in like changing the dialogue slightly internally, it's going to make a huge difference.
Yes, I took that I need to talk to myself like I'm my own best friend. I love that. One last question for you. Do you have any advice on how to find people to join your team when you're just starting out? I know I can be more successful if I had some outside help, but I'm not sure where to find it. That's from Tess Hawes.
Tess, I would say, again, I sound like a broken record, but 2 things I think are really helpful. Number 1, LinkedIn. Like, go out like Nancy Drew and find humans that you think are great and interesting and fit the mold, and introduce yourself. So that's number 1. Number 2, I would say, again, utilize your network and get really clear on who would help you. What I mean by that is, let's say social media is really hard for you. And in your head, you're thinking, if I could have someone for 10 hours a week help me with social media, not a full-time job, not something right off the bat, 10 hours a week, if I could get help with social media, it would make a world of difference. say to yourself, okay, those 10 hours, put out on LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook or EO or any of these organizations that you might be a part of, and say, I need 10 hours worth of help. Does anyone know anyone? So that's number one. And then if we're really going on, again, the bootstrap route, which is always my first thing of like, how do I spend no money on this? I would say there's a great organization. You can look them up. They're called Flick, F-L-I-K, Flick. And what they do is they pair college age women who are in a various, different studies in college, and they pair them with female founders in an apprenticeship, kind of like an internship. They're 3 months. So for instance, I have one right now. Her name's Amanda. She's amazing. She works with me for free. I give her advice and mentorship for free, and we both help each other. And that way I'm getting hours of work and she's getting mentorship, and again, it's the free method. So yes, of course you can pay somebody for 10 hours, again, like a Squared Away or Shelby. You can hire somebody as a virtual assistant to help you, or you can go the free route, something like Flick, that might be a good idea. So I would say, as you're thinking about who to get and who you can get to help you, LinkedIn and your network are going to be two really powerful resources for you.
Wow, so many nuggets, so much great advice, so many resources. Thank you so much, Kim. This is fantastic. We really appreciate it. I think though we've run out of time, but we will visit your LinkedIn page and we will visit your site, and I know we will learn even more.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you, Ann. And yes, I would love to hear from any of you. Please message me or DM me with any help you need. I always tell people, if you're on Instagram or anything, I always say, open up the search button, start typing in Kim Kardashian. So Kimka, and I'm the Kim right under Kim Kardashian with all of her clothes on. So when you find the Kim K with her clothes on, you know that that's me.
We will be visiting. Fantastic. Well, folks, we're going to take a 15-minute break if we can be back at noon. Don't miss keynote speaker Judith von Seldenik at noon on this link. And then afterwards, we have a virtual networking lunch that we're hoping to see you all at as well. So see you back here shortly.
Hello there. Okay. Well, I am thrilled, everybody, to be here today and to introduce Judith von Seldeneck as our next guest. Now, Judy is the founder and chairwoman of Diversified Search, Inc., which Forbes just ranked as one of America's top 5 executive search firms of 2020. And she's been recognized by the executive search industry as setting the standard for retained executive search. Now, how awesome is that? One of the things I admire most about her is that she's been championing diversity, equity, and inclusion before it was even a thing. For example, she co-built her first company in the 1970s that specifically focused on placement of job sharing opportunities for working mothers. And from there, over the next 4, and now I think it's even 5 decades, she built it into a powerhouse organization explicitly named Diversified Search, and is also the co-founder of the Forum of Executive Women here in Philadelphia, not to mention all the different public, private, and not-for-profit boards that she also sits on across the country. And if that wasn't enough, a little known fact about her, she also has her boat captain's license, because in all the spare time that she's got, she managed to achieve that as well. So without further ado, Judy, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Laura. I can't see you. Are you supposed to see me?
I do see you. If you can tip your camera up just a hair.
I'm still in the chat room. Somebody was supposed to move me to
I think we can see you now. So
I can't see you though.
Okay. Well, I'm a guest on this just like you are. So if maybe Leo or one of the guys
I'm not
there
supposed to see you. Okay.
Can you tip your camera? Can you tip your camera up? Can you angle it up just a hair so we can see your full face? Tip it back just a hair.
How do I get to the picture screen here? What should I push? The X?
I don't know.
Is there somebody there that can tell us?
He said, yes, you can push the X.
Okay, let me put, there we go. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Now I can get this right.
Terrific.
All right. Well, hello, everybody out there. And thank you, Laura, for that introduction. And thank you, Katie and Cassandra. And thank all of you who are out there. It's great to be with you. And really looking forward to a conversation. So you were going to ask me some questions, or what would you all like me to do?
We would love to hear about your history. If Emily or Marcia, was there something? I
was given 3 questions that I'm supposed to answer.
Terrific.
Do you want me to do that?
Yes, I would love to. I'm actually here. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to introduce you, and I'll be watching the chat for us afterwards, so I can moderate the Q&A when you're done sharing your information with everybody afterward.
Okay. I was sent 3 questions that I was supposed to ask, that somebody was going to ask me. But anyway, the first one was, when did I get bit by the entrepreneurial bug? Well, I guess maybe what I should start by saying is I grew up in High Point, North Carolina, and I was the oldest of 3 children, and my mother was a stay-at-home mom. My dad worked for a company called 3M and traveled all over the country and wasn't home very much. And so, my mother was a wonderful person. Her name was Happy, and she was every bit of that. But she was so busy, trying to take care of 3 children and dogs and everything, that we kind of raised ourselves. And this is, I'm going to blow my cover here about age, because I always lie about age, or not lie, but just don't really get into the details of it. But this was the 50s in North Carolina, very southern, part of the country. And I guess when I first, I started to realize that maybe I was a little different was in kindergarten when I was 5 or 6 years old. my parents were away on a trip, and my grandmother was taking care of us, and she wasn't paying any attention. I went into my father's closet and I put on his business jacket and wore it to kindergarten. Well, horrifyingly, it was the day that the city newspaper came to take a picture of the kindergarten class. And so there I am in this picture, and everybody else in their sweet little dresses, and I'm standing there in my father's business jacket. And I've still got that picture, and people wondering what in the world is the matter with her. So that was a clue that I was headed on into a different sort of a path. I never had any dolls. I was very much a tomboy. Because I think I realized early on back there that the boys, were in charge. And when my brother was born, my father no longer had any interest in me. He was so thrilled to have a son. And so, I started to realize that having control of my life was something that was going to really be important. And, I had a wonderful father, but he was, the quintessential male chauvinist. And he thought that, women should be, in the kitchen or the bedroom, but, certainly not out doing anything meaningful. I started working when I was 14 and have worked, every day since then. I was rebellious, I was very determined, and I got confidence. I think early on that nobody was going to take care of me, but me. And so growing up in North Carolina then, where discrimination was rampant, also had a really big impact on me. And I guess that when the entrepreneurial bug really sort of hit me was after I had spent 10 years after I went to the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, and I got an A in political science, and I flunked math twice, and I got a D in economics, and I was in the party sorority. I was president of the drinking club, and I had a blast. All of my sorority sisters went to Atlanta to find husbands and get married and teach school. And I went to Washington where John Kennedy was the president, and it was such an exciting time in government. Everybody was just, you were so proud to be involved in government back then. And it was a magical time. They refer to it as Camelot, which it really was. And then, it was just, one tragedy after another. I was there for the Martin Luther King speech, I Have a Dream, and all of these great moments in history. And I ended up getting a job working for Walter Mondale when he was a senator. And this was during the 60s and early 70s when, it was major civil rights demonstrations and the war in Vietnam, which was terribly unpopular. There was a demonstration a day. It was just, you think it's wild now. I mean, it's in some ways not really, but certainly compares to those times as well. But working for Walter Mondale, who had come in to fill out Hubert Humphrey's term while he was vice president, was probably one of the greatest experiences of my life. Walter Mondale is just an incredible human being, and I became his personal secretary, and they later made me executive assistant. But I was still a glorified secretary, and I did all of his scheduling and that type of thing. But I realized he became a power in the Senate, and I just watched how all of that happened and his leadership. And and he made such great use of time. He knew how to stay in control of things and how to be organized and how to get people to like you and trust you, and how important all of that really was. And so then there was nowhere to go back then if you were a woman except to be a secretary, which I already was, teacher or nurse. I went to law school for a year and a half, but I had to drop out because when you're the personal secretary in the Senate's in session, you've got to be there. And so I kept doing leaves of absence. Sometimes I wonder if that would have been a good path. I think I probably would have gotten bored.
I think you did okay as it was. I don't think you missed too much by not finishing law school.
But so anyway, so I got married and moved to Philadelphia, and after you've worked for somebody like Walter Mondale, you can't ever work for anybody else. And that's when I started, this little thing called Diversified Search.
Mm.
And, I got married, did the kid routine, lived in the suburbs. I was the only woman on the commuter train into town. There here in Chestnut Hill for a long time. I had my little red briefcase, and the guys would look at me like I was some sort of a freak, but I would just smile, and they all got to be my buddies in the years to come. But so that's kind of how the entrepreneurial bug sort of bit, and then I didn't even realize that it was happening at the time. It just and I don't think you really go out planning to do these things. At least you didn't back then.
A lot of us are.
Everything was so new because women weren't starting businesses then, and I was just doing it for something to do till I could go play golf in the afternoon. And then I got interested in it, and I got a few of my girlfriends involved in it, and all of a sudden we were on to something. We were getting a lot of attention, and we were finding professional jobs for women, which had never been heard of. And the federal government, this is back in the early 70s now, the federal government was putting pressure on government contractors to do a better job in terms of hiring, women and minorities, as we referred to back then. And so we would go to the companies and say, just tell us about your professional jobs. You don't even have to pay us, and we'll find you qualified people. And so women paid the fee, and it was like 10% of their starting salary. They had 3 years to pay us. We had shoe boxes and 3x5 cards to keep track of it all. There's one woman that still owes me $33.33. She lives here in Chestnut Hill. I've been waiting 40 years to run into her to remind her.
That's funny.
But in any event, we started to get some publicity. It was sort of a new kind of phenomenal thing. And then some other, businesses like this opened up. But Philadelphia was really a great place, as it turned out, for a woman like me, which you would have never thought it had this reputation of being so stodgy, and all these snotty lawyers that thought they were so brilliant. And the main line, and I talked funny, and that just, you would never thought that there'd be a chance. But boy, that's not the way. Part of what helped was Walter Mondale went on to become the vice president of the United States. And so everybody immediately thought I was very important in Philadelphia. Little did they know I was just a little old secretary, but I never did anything to change. I didn't mislead or lie, but I never said anything about otherwise.
Sure.
And I got put on, some public company boards as sort of a token woman back in the
Sure.
mid 80s.
Would you say that he was a mentor for you?
Oh gosh, yeah. I didn't know it at the time, but I still stay in touch with him. He's 93 years old. And
what's the biggest lesson he ever taught you?
The biggest lesson he ever taught me, I guess it was, not to be intimidated. And, I was so intimidated by him, all those years, and sort of living through that, and, watching.
Did he give you a tip for when you are feeling intimidated by somebody or by an event, just how to sort of push through it?
He never gave me any tips. He had no idea. I mean, that how much I was paying attention, and, he was just too busy, and I was the secretary. And, back then that's kind of just the way it was. And, and he thought I had a great personality. I was like, lots of fun, but it was all business. And, there wasn't anything such thing as mentoring. That word had not been invented yet. But it was really just more having an opportunity to work closely for somebody like that, and to observe them firsthand when there were crises, and there was one every day. And and these are big time crises too. I mean, this is, when Resurrection City and the Reverend Ralph Abernathy come to Washington, Lincoln Memorial, and build the city, and we would go down there at night and meet with the leaders, and take coffee. And we went to the 1968 convention in Chicago. Mondale was the co-chair of the Humphrey campaign, and we stayed at the Conrad Hilton in Grant Park, and they were throwing rotten eggs at us, and
wow.
and we went out to the convention, there were riots, and I mean, it was unbelievable. But what a, and I'm in my early mid
50s.
20s, and to, be exposed to all of that. I mean, it's just,
Back then.
I just, to this day, I pinch myself. I feel so lucky that I got to see all that, because you really see big time, what matters and what doesn't.
Sure, sure. Now, with all the great examples that you had along the way, the role models and whatnot of how to do things effectively, we all make mistakes in the growth at the same time. So, were there any do-over moments where you really just wish you could take it back? Any mistakes along the way that you can share?
Well, I think I probably shut my mouth off sometimes, when I should have been a little quiet and maybe listened and been a little bit more diplomatic. But I just, in the South, everybody loves everybody, and you speak your mind and you're able to kind of say what you want. And that wasn't the way it was here, and especially with women. And, I think there were some times when people didn't quite understand, where I was coming from or what it was I was trying to say, or, they didn't realize I was trying to be funny and they didn't think it was funny. So I don't think I always read the rooms. I thought I was such a great pro at reading rooms, and I sometimes, maybe when I didn't. And, the other thing is, I think I would ask, like when I went on my first board, I told you I flunked math twice. It was a bank board, and they put all these slides up, about balance sheets and numbers and all of that, and I just could not understand any of it. So I kept raising my hand and asking questions. And afterwards, the chairman came up to me and he said, we need to have a little sidebar here. So I'm thinking he's talking about furniture, and I'm looking around thinking, looks good to me. And he said, I mean, a conversation. You don't ask all these questions. You call me up ahead of time and I'll walk you through it. And so, I mean, there were just, there was another woman on the board then, Helen Wilson. She became my best friend. She was a famous golfer and restaurateur here. And she came up to me, and I didn't even know who she was. And she says, "Down, Fido." And I thought, oh, wow, I better slow down here a little bit. But, well, I mean, I tell you what, no pain, no gain. I mean, I think it's so important, that you realize, when these things are happening to you, and because you really can gain from it. It's really the main way you gain, I think, is
Sure.
from mistakes.
Was there a major pivot point in your business that helped you scale?
I think that probably 8 or 9 years ago, I hired a guy named Dale Jones, who to come in as president and hopefully to become the CEO. And he worked for one of the competitor firms as Hydra Struggles. He was their vice chair for their CEO and board practice. And he's African American, and I caught him at a weak moment and got him to come. And there was something about him that just I knew was special in terms of him as a human being. And I was planning on waiting a couple of years or whatever just to see if he really was the real deal. And within 6 months, I knew he was, and I made him CEO. And he took the firm. I still stayed around and caused trouble and was a pain in the neck, and still am. But he really took the organization to a new level just because he'd been in a big firm and he knew, how to do things and just his personality. And, I woke up one day and I thought to myself, oh my God, he's African American. What if I picked a white male? I didn't even think about, that aspect of it. I mean, but that's the way. And the other big thing I think was a couple of years ago, we got approached by a private equity firm that wanted to invest in our growth. And they called me and I said, I've got no interest in working with a private equity firm. I know what you all do. You come in and you get control and then you flip us, and we're not interested in that. And they said, would you just meet with us? So, and let us convince you that's not the case. We want nothing to do with running your business. We just want to make money off your growth. And so I met with these two guys. They're 5 partners. I could have been their mother. They're like in their late 40s, and, they were terrific. And I said, as long as you stay out of our knickers and don't be trying to tell us what to do, we might be able to work something out here now. And so we negotiated a really nice deal. And so, in 2019, we acquired 3 firms and we practically tripled our revenue.
Wow.
So we never would have been able to do that on our own. And so that was huge, and it still is. And we had 3 more acquisitions in the pipeline when COVID hit, and we had to kind of, pause. But, I think those have been the 2 things that, but the most important thing is building a culture, where people really feel like they have a piece of the rock, and nobody ever leaves our firm. And early on, I always said, I want people to make more money working here than they're going to make anywhere else. And then I also gave away 40% equity, over time in the firm, so that, when we had an opportunity to monetize that, it wasn't just me, it was a lot of other people too. And, the thing I've noticed in some of the firms that we've acquired is, the owners, they've kept most of the equity instead of, spreading it out in the firm. And, and that they never grew like to the size we did, but I don't know if it was because of that or what. But I have to think that, by sharing in that type of thing, it really is important in terms of keeping, a wonderful group of employees together. We've got people that have been there 20 and 30 years. They made millions, a lot of money, and they're still there. And, it's, you can't do it with, as that great woman said, it takes a village.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just goes to show the importance of and the correlation between hiring the right people and establishing an organizational culture, right? You have to find people who are not only good at what they do, but who share your values, who are going to follow your standards and buy into what motivates you, the direction, not just what we sell, but how we want to be a team, to be that village together. I think that's glue.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, I think we have a little bit of time. I'd love to see if we've got some comments, some questions in the chat. Are you open for a little bit more audience participation?
Oh, for sure. Love audience participation.
All right. So let's see. Do we have some questions anybody like to share with Judy? And I'm seeing a lot of comments along the lines of loving your candor, loving comments like, I've been shut my mouth off and need to shut my mouth. And I think a lot of us can relate to that. I'm not from the South, but I'm a Jersey Italian. So I certainly understand the, need to curtail the urge to talk first, think second. So I completely appreciate that. Well, let's see. One of the things that I have seen in a couple of the comments is things like, the mentorship piece seems to be a big one. Do you have any advice for those who either want to be or want to find mentors?
It sort of took me a long time, to understand and appreciate the value of that. I always used to say, because I'm not a mentor, I don't need a mentor. I mean, I'm doing this all on my own. Are you kidding me? I mean, but in hindsight, that was so wrong. I had a fabulous mentor, and I didn't even know it. And I guess it's kind of how you define mentor. I think anybody you can find that you really respect and that you think you're going to get some value from, and that you're a little bit in awe of, that you can somehow get them to take an interest in you is well worth the effort.
Would you say that it's necessary? I know for me personally, I've found that I've never had a formal mentor, officially like, will you be my mentor? Yes, no, but just the importance of recognizing people like, I guess with you and Walter Mondale, what's some advice as far as how you can start to look at those people and let them become mentors for you? How do you, I hate to use the word use them, but so to speak, but how do you leverage that relationship in a way that has that mentoring value, even without the official label attached?
Well, I mean, this probably isn't what you want to hear, but, I've always sort of felt like by saying I need a mentor that and I know this is wrong, but that it shows I don't have enough self-confidence in myself to figure it out, and that I'm showing weakness, which of course, it depends on at what stage in your career you start, looking for this. But I mean, I think one of the ways to do it is, like a lot of clients that we have and that we have today too, that are CEOs, for example, that have been really successful. People that you work with or that are your clients or that are within your company, if you can just find a way to be, come part of a project or whatever it is that, they're involved in, where you can observe these things firsthand. You can get so much out of that. And I mean, I'm not the best one to ask about how you go about getting a mentor.
Okay.
I just think I think it's just so important to be aware of the people that you're around, and I'm so attracted to people that have been successful, men, women, and I just love to try to figure out what makes them tick. And I love politicians. I hate to say this, and if I had another life, it might be that. But success, and I sort of came from that. But the right kind of politicians. There's the wrong too. We won't go there. But so I think that if the word is mentor, then that's fine. I think it's a broader kind of thing to be aware of, to put yourself in a position where you can really be around movers and shakers, and
learn from osmosis.
right. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Now, what about tips for budding entrepreneurs? What's a good springboard to help them really gain some traction?
It's interesting because I'm going to start a fund to help women entrepreneurs here in Philadelphia, and
Wow.
and what I'm going to do is, I'm going to look for women that have got small businesses that they've started, so that they've already shown, that I'm not interested in somebody that just thinks it would be a good idea, but that's already, I don't care how far along, you don't need to have gone very far, but you need some money and some expertise to sort of go the next step. And, because to help, if I'd had something like that to sort of help me when I was starting out, I think things would have happened a lot faster, and I could have saved a lot of time. If I had done that. But when you're starting your own business, you're so busy trying to start it and keep up with it and do it, that time really becomes the most important ingredient in a lot of ways in how you spend it. But now there are so many different kinds of organizations and tools and things that you can get access to, that online, and programs and consultants that are free, that at night at 10 o'clock, after you finished your day, you go online and, you can, or 6, 5 in the morning, you can learn those things.
Sure. And do you want to share?
I think if you can find the right advisor early on, I did that. I hate to tell you, it was my husband, and I don't ever give him any credit for anything, but, he was a whiz with numbers, and he was a CFO in an insurance company, and, became an investment banker. And for somebody that flunked math, we'd sit in the kitchen and drink coffee in the morning, and he really helped me understand, which I think is one of the hardest aspects of this, is the financial pieces, and how does that all work, and to have somebody that you can bounce that off of, that has an expertise that is really fundamentally key to doing a business, is, and you can find that maybe sometimes in your accountant, or there's a lawyer or a friend that. When I went on my first bank board, I called this friend of mine, Sally Hargrove. She went to Wharton, had an MBA, and worked in their M&A group. And I said, Sally, can we please have lunch? And would you tell me how to read these balance sheets and do all this stuff like you could learn in a half an hour? But
right,
I think reaching out to people that can help you, is important. But you can waste time too. You got to make sure it's the right people and they know what they're talking about.
Yes, which is always an important line to be able to draw, know where to cross and where not to cross. And there's somebody mentioned in the chat also that Webeck East is a good resource for a lot of those the needs that you just mentioned, as far as places to learn some advisory, in particular with regard to the finances and the structuring of building a business as well. Are there any last questions? I think we are just about at the end of our time. Anything else burning, or if anybody else wants to jump in? But I've had a great time talking to you, and I thank you so much for taking your time and sharing your wisdom, your expertise. Any last words of wisdom for us?
Well, I would love to see who all these entrepreneurs are out there, and love to get to know you, and love to learn about your businesses, and love to help you. And And so, you know, I don't think there's any greater career path in the whole wide world than being an entrepreneur, because you're in charge of everything. And I mean everything. And you can make a lot of money. You can have a lot of fun. And you know, they used to say you can't have it all. Well, you can have it all. And one of the easiest ways to do it is by being an entrepreneur and being in charge and control of everything. So those of you that are, don't give up. And you know, help is always out there and available. So nice to be with you, and thank you for having me.
Where can people go to learn more, either about diversified search or about the funds that you just mentioned, if this is something that's already available? Or
No, no. Are you there? I got a phone call.
I just lost you. There you
Process of establishing it, but it'll be coming out through the Chamber of Commerce and www.diversified search. You know, we have a website. You know, we're the largest woman founded in the world. We're the 5th largest, you know, in the country, and Forbes just picked us as the 5th best. And you know, we're all about diversity and entrepreneurs, and you know, love to help any way we can.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
And Emily, are you?
There we go. Hi. Thank you, Judy, and thanks to Dr. Laura, and thanks to everybody who participated. It's been such an inspirational time of all the freedom fighter entrepreneurs around the Philadelphia area and beyond. And now we are going to invite you to join us for a virtual networking lunch that we're holding via Zoom. There's a link in the Zoom channel, and it's going to be a fun twist on speed networking. So head on over to Zoom, and that's where we'll close out the day after the lunch. Have a great day.